but it's not going to last very long.
It's not, because Adam Christodoulou is suited and booted and waiting to get into the number 2 car. They have not decided to change rotation and put Helm in this time, so they're holding him back. But 4 fresh boots and a semi-fresh driver, because Adam's done 2 stints already, are waiting to receive Hubo Haupt and change over in the next couple of minutes.
So now just 0.7 of a second between second and third. Do you think he'll even try anything if he's going to pit? I mean, again, that's
a psychological thing, isn't there?
Yeah.
He's putting pressure on the guy in front. Martin Rangan will be delighted to see him disappear. But then he's got Jan Magnussen to think about. All right, Jan is actually in front of him on the track at the moment, but behind him in the timing and scoring. I suppose you could say they're halfway around the same lap at different points. Either way you look at it, it's 6 of one and half a dozen of the other. I'm terribly impressed by Paul Della Lana, if indeed it is he behind the wheel of the car. And Nick says absolutely it is.
It is him.
2:03.4. Magnussen a 2:01.7 last time around. That's barely half a second slower than the fastest lap that car's done all race. Now let's see if the Benz pulls off this time around. Martin Rangan taking 1 or 2 little risks there coming through 14 as he goes through the smaller traffic. Look in the background for the Benz, and it does peel into the pit. It's rather a last-minute decision from Hubert Haupt. Keeps the power on, down onto the 60 kilometres an hour speed limiter for the first part of the pit lane, then down to 40, and there he is coming into the pit lane, and Nick Damon is at the Black Falcon pit. The lights go off on that car immediately. He comes into the pit lane. I wonder if that's significant. Nick Damon.
Yeah, he's gone down to the running lights, taken off the high beams, and the car glides in. There's nothing prepared at the side of the mechanics to make any thought this is doing anything apart from an absolutely standard stop. As Christodoulou gets in, Herbert Haupt gets out. Already we have 3 of the 4 tyres attached. Now we have 4 of the 4 tyres. Christodoulou being strapped in by Hupo. They're waiting to remove the air jack. They have. They did not bother looking in the passenger side for the data change. So Adam Christodoulou is his 3rd session in the car, number 2. Huber Haupt, out he gets, and strides away a little stiffly. He's several inches taller than Adam Christodoulou. He's got a limp, actually. He's limping quite bad the left-hand side, but that's probably just racer's crap.
Not as easy as one might think to get into those gull-wing doors. It looks like a big opening, but as we've said before, there are door bars at what would normally be the roof runner level and then halfway down, and you could see there that the driver change was not completed in the time that it took to do the tyres, and that means you're losing time, Jim.
Right. Even though it was 43 seconds, they could have done that a little bit faster had they been able to get over that bar, and you would think that they would have practiced that, and because that's the key. Get the driver change done before the tires are done.
Leading SP2, the number 123 Nissan GT Academy, the GT Academy winners car, the RGN car. Now that car is back up into 39th position and leads the SP2 category by quite some margin. That's the more white of the 2 370s, but too much curb on the inside there, Nicholas. Well, all the drama has been down in the Abu Dhabi Black Falcons and Black Falcons pit. The number 2 car, as we've just seen, has had a pit stop. Hubert Haupt has got out of that car and now can talk to Nick Damon.
Hubert, a very good stint there in a battle with Martin Rangan right at the end. You were chasing him even though you knew you were coming into the pits. Were you trying to get a bit of a psychological advantage over him?
I tried to push as hard as possible. But the later it is, the more cars are getting very unconcentrated, so you have to be very cautious. But it's okay, it was a really good stint.
When you started your stint, you were the number 2 car as far as Black Falcon were concerned. Now you're their biggest hope. Did you know that the number 1 car had hit problems when you were in the car?
No, I just saw that when I came in here. I don't even know what problem they have and how long they're standing. But I don't even know which place we are in, but I heard P4, is that correct?
You were 3 when you came in.
Oh, that's great.
Enjoy a quick rest, and you've got to go for the victory now.
Okay, thank you.
Nick Damon interviewing and doing the team talk at the same time. 2:01.024 by Jan Magnussen in the Ram Racing Chrome Silver Ferrari.
Here he comes.
Play the theme from Jaws now and give John Williams some more royalties, because that car is just beginning to start look menacing again. As we're watching the SP2 leader,
39th overall.
Its teammate is still in second place. Look at the glowing red from the exhaust there as he heads away. Love racing in the dark for exactly that reason.
Brake disc, glowing exhaust, turbo bells.
Yeah.
Wonderful stuff. The art of motor racing.
Yeah, it's James Moffat, by the way, behind the wheel of the 126 Nissan in second place in SP2.
And yes, that is the same Moffat.
Alan Moffat's son, and he is carving out a very nice career for himself in Aussie V8s. But there is the leader, Nicholas McMillan, in SP2 with the 123 car. As through goes the Ferrari, heading towards the front of the field. It's Aaron Scott in the number 14 Ferrari that we can see out in the darkness in behind the 14. Is it the 49?
Yes,
Vladimir Ladik.
Yep.
In the 6th position, 996. Those 996 category cars, I've got to say, Jim, have impressed me a lot. That is to me, one of the better ways to go endurance racing. You can take one of these little touring cars, and that's a good way to go motor racing, like the 121. This is the red camel Seat diesel. One of the A3T cars, sitting in 53rd position at the moment. You can tell that because of the green 53 on the side. But well, if you've got a Porsche Cup car, you could be doing a national championship. It's not cheap, don't get me wrong. You know, nothing in motorsport is. But then with a little bit extra on the car, put the S pack on it, the endurance pack on it, and you're in races like this.
And the interesting thing is that you were talking about you could take the small touring car and go, but it takes more to prepare that car. That car is built and designed for sprint races. To bring it to a race like this, it takes a lot of work and effort. To bring one of the Cup cars out of the sprint realm and bring it to an endurance race doesn't take much at all.
Well, it's a kit.
It's a kit, and it's a little bit of tweaking, and you're good to go.
Bigger tank.
Yeah.
You know, Weissach have been doing this for a long time.
And they have the pieces and parts that you need.
And they put together exactly what you need. Oh, straight on, coming into the pit lane for the Porsche. And that was right in behind the 121 that is in the pit lane that we saw just a moment or two ago. Look at that. That is all right. Leave your braking lane and get into the pits, absolutely, but do not shoot across the final corner. That would have been disastrous. Good save, actually. Didn't panic and just jump on the anchors and lock it all up.
Burkhard Kaiser, it was.
Thank you. The 44 car.
Another of the Black Falcon cars,
in 19th.
The Black Falcon running in A5, the 997.
And was leading the class when he came to the pits. So that should hand the lead. Now he's got a 2-lap lead over the number 33 at Tempo.
So let's pick out a couple of battles for you if we can. Well, we've got to keep our eye on Jan Magnussen, really, because he is pushing along so nicely. Martin Ragge doing well as well. What a cracking battle, you know, at the head of the field with 13 and a half hours still to go. Jim Roller, Paul Truswell, John Hindhaugh, Bruce Jones and Nick Damon for RadioLeMans.com, bringing you our view of the 9th Dunlop Dubai 24 hours. Jan Magnussen closing in on Martin Ragginger, but now Ragginger in the Porsche with 22 minutes under his belt in this stint all of a sudden responds and puts in a 2:01.4, by far the quickest lap that he's done in the last 6 or 7, by about a second.
Oh yeah,
maybe more.
I think the team has told him there's a Danish guy behind you in a silver Ferrari, and you need to get on it because he's coming hard, and Martin Ragnar has answered the call.
Yeah, and that's impressive to be able to switch that back on as and when needed. In the other classes, the GT3 AM at the moment being led once again by the number 19 Mercedes-Benz, with Luc Bramsch up into 8th position, and in the pit lane, Paul Dalla Lana. Let's go straight down to Nick Damon.
And they waited quite a long time for the 76 car and Paul Dalla Lana to come in. He extricates himself with quite a bit of difficulty, and Dane Cameron gets in, but they had a couple of problems because cars in front of the pits, the 12 Manor MP Viper was having its own dramas in the pits and was blocking the exit for a while, but luckily that's now gone. The windscreen's being cleared. Dalla Lana continues to try and belt Cameron in. Both doors are shut, they're off the jacks. The reset on the electrics, the lights are flashing and away they go, and that's a pretty much textbook stop there from the Schubert team. But we've seen this before, John. We've seen them leading at this point or doing very well, and then things disappearing through the night.
And at the Nürburgring 24 Hours as well, Jim Roller, when we've seen the Z4s be absolutely blisteringly quick and seemingly driving off into the countryside, Paul.
Well, yeah, I'm just thinking back to last year when we had the very strong entry from the Saudi Falcons. They actually made it through till daylight and were running strongly, as memory serves, at about 8, 9 o'clock in the morning, and it was only at that point that we lost one. But I mean, this was always going to be a threat. I mean, quite regardless of the fact that the Black Falcon Mercedes had its problem, this BMW was always going to be a threat. In a way, hats off to the Porsche and the Ram Racing Ferrari. Fingers crossed for the Ram Racing Ferrari, because obviously a local team for a lot of British fans. That car going very strongly. They've got a strategy and they are sticking to it.
Yeah, and don't forget their gentleman driver is Middle Eastern based as well. Ram Racing, although from the subcontinent of India originally. As then we put Dane Cameron, didn't we, in the 76 car, and he now will have to deal with Martin Ragginger in the Porsche, Jan Magnussen in the Ferrari. Let's not count out the number 20 car either. That had its issues earlier on. Out of those 4, who has had the... I mean, the 4 cars had an issue, a little bit of an issue. They've certainly not had the best of their pit stops, coming in at inopportune times for the Code 60.
But that's more down to luck.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. The 20 cars had a little issue. The 2 car we saw had a little issue early on. The 38 car, again, very long issues.
With the Code 60.
Yeah, absolutely.
Still,
but you know, you go down to 7th position and there's still only 7 minutes between 7th and the lead, and we've seen and a problem out at turn 11 for car number 136. Now, we were talking about that car not so very long ago.
That's the Mosler.
It is the Mosler, the tube frame car.
Another one that has had a troubled run. Yes.
Let's take a quick look at the number 90 there. That is the Racing Divas, now fighting their way back up to 36th position in an A3T. They are in 5th, but let's head back to the front of the field, where Paul Dalla Lana has just done a cracking stint for BMW number 76. He brought the car in the lead. He's just given that up to Martin Ragginger in the FAC Autotech Porsche, but at least he did his job, and he can tell us all about it with Nick Damon.
Paul, that's a great stint with the end you wanted, because you brought the car in the lead.
Yeah, very unexpected for me. I've got to tell you, it's frankly, it's a privilege to share the track with this many great drivers. So to have a car that's this well set up and to be able to execute, for me, that's a dream stint. So we'll take it.
You're turning some cracking times. I know John Hindhaugh, who knows your career well, was like he's really impressed.
Yeah, you know, like I said, I'll put a lot to my teammates and the team here, but I think I've been driving enough recently to feel comfortable and be able to come here and compete. So happy to be able to do that.
Now, Schubert won this race in 2011. They've only been beaten by the SLSs, the best ones out. This is now looking like a pretty good result, Charles, isn't it?
Oh my goodness! Listen, it's I think it's going to be very tough to beat the #1 car. They've got a heck of a lineup and all the experience, but you know we've got some strong drivers, and obviously if we don't make any mistakes and have a bit of luck, I think we could compete at the end.
Paul, thank you very much. Now, one thing I do remember from the Schubert attack last year was that they needed to change discs twice. Do you remember that? And those disc pad changes take about 4.5 minutes. I'm not sure they've done one yet, but they will have one to do. And that could be the difference between the victory and not, if others can make their discs and pads last longer, John.
It's a very well remembered Mr. Damon down there in the pit lane. There is the SX team Schubert. And they won with this type of car, of course, back in 2011. Know this car well, have raced it in other events and championships. And if you look at the top of the timing screens, gentlemen, you've got to say that the junior partners there at the moment are Ram Racing, relative newcomers. Their debut race here last year as they prepared for the European Le Mans Championship in GTE, not even with a GT3 car. That is a championship that they went on and won impressively with, I think, 3 out of 5 race victories. Oh, hello, can we have some food as well? That's lovely. Small plate of sandwiches brought up here would be most of...
benefit of being in the pit lane. Thank you very much. You're very good news. Next year, Professor Rolls.
Oh, yeah. Okay, we will.
Thank you.
Only Nick Damon could be live on television and making sure he was being fed at the same time. It's ragging it by 1 minute and 9 seconds with 13.5 hours still to go. It's VAC Auto Tech, Ram Racing, Schubert. These are big teams, Paul.
They are indeed. What I find amazing, you just mentioned it, this 1 minute and 9 seconds. That gap was 1 minute and 9 seconds an hour ago.
Yeah.
And it's
yes,
kind of...
it was.
Yeah. They've been
some of the cars around have disappeared.
Yeah, but they've been thrashing around at the... to the, the best of their abilities, and it's still 1 minute and 9 seconds, and
and look at the lap times: 2:04.988, 2:04.978.
Yeah. So I do think it's interesting how the tyres are affecting the second stints, particularly those people who can go for them. And I wonder, this is not by any means disrespectful to Jan Magnussen. We talked about how decisive he was in the car and through traffic. I would expect him to be, and I don't know this, and maybe this is a question we asked the team, I expect him to be slightly harder on the tyres than perhaps a Matt Griffin or certainly a Johnny Molan. Johnny's a very precise driver, always has been. Jan tends to attack the apex of a corner and deal with the car in the middle of the corner. He is exceptional, has the reflexes of a cat. No cats here, of course. The groundsman's very particular about that. Adam Christodoulou is up into 4th position, having just gone by Christian Engelhardt. 2:02.221 for him, and the fastest one on track last time around. Yeah,
that's as a result of Engelhardt having just brought that number 20 Stadler Motorsport Porsche out of the pits, having taken it over from Adrian Amstutz. This is the car which, remember, Rolf Ineichen had right up and challenging for the lead when he was at the wheel of it earlier on. And so certainly another car punching above its weight up there, and let's say just dropping back as a result of that most recent pit stop. But the cars ahead of it, or at least the 2 cars ahead of it, Christodoulou and the number 38 allinkle.com Mercedes will have to make pit stops before the Porsche has to come in again. So the two Porsches up at the top.
But interestingly, I think that the number 30 and the number 4 are on very similar stints. So if Jan can cut into this lead, it really will
It's
show.
real.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Yeah, those two stopping pretty much together.
And have done 10 pit stops apiece as well. These are the two cars that have done slightly more pit stops than the cars around them. For example, the number 2 Mercedes-Benz with Adam Christodoulou at the wheel has only completed 7 pit stops, the fewest in the top 20 other than the 44.997 down in 19th position.
Yes, the number 4 seemed to have a strategy of pitting every time the track went purple, or every time we had a safety situation. And that seemed to be their strategy, was to come in, make a quick fuel stop. That's why they picked up the extra fuel, or the extra number of pit stops. The 30 Ram Racing Ferrari, of course, has done a few extra pit stops, because rather than stretching the fuel window out to an hour and a quarter, or an hour and 20, an hour and a half, they've been coming in pretty regularly on the hour in order that they can double stint the tyres. And by double stinting the tyres, that means you kind of do an extra pit stop. Spend less time in the pits because you're not changing the tyres, and each pit stop where you're refueling, your time spent in the pits is also shorter.
But didn't Audi prove that faster is better than more pit stops?
Well, yes, and so did Mercedes here at this race. But what Mercedes have also demonstrated is that you've got to be reliable, and it is generally the case that you can make up time on the racetrack with a faster race car more easily than making it up with a slower race car and shorter pit stops.
Just looking through to the GT3 AM category, as in comes the 96 Porsche. Well, out goes the 96 Porsche, missing the rear valance there. Expensive part. There's the Mosler being towed in. Teams have been warned of that on the timing screens. It's an integral part of the race to get cars back to the pit lane and try and get them back into the race as quickly as possible.
Yes, and the last 2 or 3 times they've been, in fact, probably 3 or 4 times they've been able to do this, John, without having to use the purple flag, the code 60, and neutralise the race. And we've now had something over 3 hours, 3.5 hours, since we had to have a neutralisation of the race, as the number 1 Mercedes being shown on the screen there going through, now back out on the circuit with Andreas Simonsen at the wheel. He's 23rd in the standings at the moment, and that is 17 laps behind, which even with everything that Andreas Simonsen is capable of doing, I suspect that's going to be beyond him, although Bernd Schneider said he was going to be pushing as hard as he can. It'll be interesting to see how far up the field they can get, John.
I think one of the issues there is they will not now have the services of Jerome Bleekemolen. I think his whole attention now will be transferred to the number 2 car, and therefore it means the other guys are going to do
the
more
best
work,
but with one hand tied behind the back. Yeah, absolutely right.
And I do think they will be quick, and I do think they'll make up places, but I can't see all of the cars ahead of them having issues. It's only 30 minutes. It is only 30 minutes of problems. Yeah. If that was 1 car, even if it was 2 cars, you might think, you might catch one of them and the other one might have an issue. But I can't see...
Top 10, I think, is the best they can hope for. Maybe top 6, but from 23rd, that's no mean effort. And the hard bit is to go that final 10th to push really, really hard. Whereas, as you say, Jerome Bleekemolen taking over or transferring his allegiance, should I say, to the number 2 car, he really will make a difference to the number 2 car. And go on.
I was going to say as well, we were talking about how few comparatively pit stops that car's made, 7 to everybody else's 8, 9 or 10 in that part of the timing and scoring tree. I think that speaks as well, Paul, to how that car's been driven. It hasn't been leaned on as much as the number 1 car. They've clearly been going for a bit of fuel economy, and here's an interesting picture, because the number 1 car of Andreas Simonsen is about to take a lap back from the number 2 going down into turn number 1, and he does exactly that. But that number 2 car hasn't been pushing that hard. It's done fewer pit stops, which means it's done better fuel mileage, possibly to slightly different tactics as well. But I think that's all been part of the plan right the way through from the Black Falcon team.
Yes, and I think, one thing I was impressed with, and I have to say, because we had the interview with Khaled Al-Kubaisi after his stint, because he, remember, started off in the number 1 car, doing the second stint in the number 1 car, and then he did a double stint in the number 2 car and spoke to Nick Damon afterwards. And it was a very good, competent double stint that Al-Kubaisi did. So not only have you got Karone Bleekemolen, who's nominated in both cars, but also Khaled Al-Kubaisi is. And, you know, it may be the second string car, but there's still strength in depth.
A couple of spins out on the circuit. We saw Maurice Faber in the number 150, the red Camel Jordans.NL Audi R8, just having a quick spin at the worst place on the track to do it, just after turn number 1, but he got away with that one. Into the pit lane has come the 4.7 V8 Aston Martin. This is the Petronas sponsored car. And Nick Damon, there seems to be an essential component missing from that car.
Well, you see, what happened was the driver got out, and I thought, well, the one thing that's missing from a normal pit stop is another driver. And then they ran out, and they've done the tyres, and I'm not sure whether they're going to try and do something. No, here comes the other driver. He was late. He's wearing Porsche overalls. Oh, this is embarrassing, isn't it? You're late for your stint. They haven't quite lost much time yet, because they're still faffing about with the tyres in this machine. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think he's bought a note from his mum. I'm sorry, I'm not sure which driver it is. It's driver number 3. Cannot attend. I guess it might be Klosterman, because he's the third name up there. Cannot be on time for driving this stint today, because he was busy doing something else at the back. But there was a lot of hanging around going, hang on, where is everybody? And they're now waiting and making up for it. So this is the 155. Very pretty Petronas Aston Martin. Where is that overall at the moment?
Yes, I thought you were going to ask that, and I've been scanning down through the timing and scoring. It's in 29th position. You could have told me that. It was on the side of the door. And it is second in SP3, just a lap away from the 154, the Italian Ginetta. Maurizio Coppetti at the wheel of that at the moment. And it was Klosterman who got out of that car.
Klosterman got out of the car. There we are. So he was one who didn't need the note. All I can tell you is the guy who's got in normally drives a Porsche. He's got Porsche. There's Porsche overall. So that's and off he goes. And they probably lost about a minute by whoever the new bloke was. Luckily, they'll change his transponder. We'll find out whoever he was not being ready.
We're still showing on the screen Paul Dalla Lana came in just as I said it. Paul Dalla Lana on the 76. We knew it was Dane Cameron, and we've been saying it's Dane Cameron, but that's now been changed on the screen as well. So everything is right with the world.
So the young American continues to impress in the third place, 76 BMW. There is the number 1 Team Abu Dhabi by Black Falcon, the car that was red-hot favourite for this race, despite only qualifying in second position to the Corvette. Fighting its way back from the 20s, dropped down to 23rd position and sits there at the moment, needs to find a couple of laps on the cars ahead of it before it moves up any positions, but surely too far back now to be a strong contender for the win. Andreas Simonsen at the wheel with the titanium sparks evident from the skid plates underneath that car is absolutely thrashing the bends. And at the head of the field, Paul, for the first time, a change in that gap between Ragginger and Jan Magnussen, as it's come down to just 57 seconds. Was a minute and 10.
Yes, I was about to say it's gone under a minute. It's gone down to 59 on the previous lap, but Mags is doing the job that he's been brought into that team to do, and so yes, he's got it down to 57.3 now, and as we were saying, the fuel schedule should bring them in roughly at the same time. And having started the sentence like that, I've got to finish it, haven't I? They'll be coming in at roughly the same time, which will be around about 270 laps. So another 10 laps of this at 2 minutes a lap. Another 20 minutes. We'll be having that therefore until about 1:15 in the morning here in Dubai, going up to another 10 minutes. And as I say, then we'll be 11 hours into this race, and there's loads of action in this yet. I mean, there is the battle on between those two at the front. Dane Cameron and the BMW in third place. The Black Falcon Mercedes number 2 has its work cut out, because that has easily 5 minutes in order to catch up with the rest of the field. And it's going to have to catch that up, because there is no way that all three of the cars ahead of it are going to have problems. So we've got a race in our hands, and I think it was you who started off by saying you're going to be on the edge of your seats, John. Well, yeah. I've been between the edges of my seat and standing up since the start of the race, so we've been doing well. Yeah, and there's something about the nature of this race, and the more good teams and the more good drivers we get, as in comes the number 90 Racing Divas car, back up into the top 50, pretty much. Racing Divas, another Team Schubert run car, the BMW 320D. Another favourite for the victory, this car. Won their category last year, did the all-female driving squad. 54th at the moment, John. Thank you. With Shirley van der Lof bringing the car into the pits. Graham Goodwin of dailysportscar.com has joined us. Well, talk about action and excitement. We're not halfway through this race. An hour away from being halfway through this race, and it has turned and turned again. Write this down, people would call it fiction.
Yeah, I mean, the Black Falcon problem was a shocker, wasn't it, really? And Andreas Simonson's pace at the moment, pretty extraordinary. 2:01 now, down into the, what's it, 2 minutes point 444, but too far to come back now, surely. But at the front of that race, actually, I did exactly the same thing as you guys did, at exactly the same time as you did it, which was to check that timing screen 40 minutes after I think I checked it the first time, and the gap between Ragginger and Magnussen was almost exactly the same. And that was fast lappery from both of them over a very extended period of time indeed. And even now, Jan with a 2:02, Martin with a 2:04, but it's ebbing and flowing all the time, but sticking it around the same. They're basically putting people under pressure here and seeing cracks, aren't they? It's cracking stuff. The pace has not let up.
Racing Divas heading towards the fuel, not just the drivers but the cars as well, and we talked about the increased reliability of cars. You know, we had Darren Cox here from Nissan earlier on today, in one of the times when we weren't on the broadcast television, and he was talking about people pointing a finger at motor racing and saying how wasteful it might be, and it's not the right thing to do. He represents a major motor manufacturer, and he would argue against that top to bottom because of what they're finding out about efficiencies in engines, in engine technology, in electronics, in reliability. And as he pointed out, at Le Mans coming up in 2014, the cars will be going the same speed at the front of the field, but we'll be using something like 30 to 35% less fuel.
And where do we think that technology might end up? Pretty quickly?
That'll end up in your road car, mate.
There you go.
Yeah. And the reliability that we're seeing from these cars, which are based solidly on road cars, albeit quite exotic road cars. I mean, we're running these cars flat out for 24 hours. There's no quarter asked or given now, and we expect, almost demand, 100% reliability.
Well, as someone who has had a long career in public transport, I can tell you right here and now, we need the private car. We need that level of mobility. We need the technology to improve. We need efficiency to improve. And there's various ways you can do that. You can do it with blokes with huge foreheads in white labs somewhere.
Yep.
Or you can do it by proving it to the people who actually put their money down and buy these things. And this is the way to do that. And I've no truck with bigotry of any sort, and certainly not bigotry against the sport that I love, John. And you know, I think what we prove again and again and again with this sort of racing is its relevance.
Yeah.
It's how do you do this? How do you stretch the envelope? And year after year after year, they do more with less.
86 Volkswagen with a problem straight into the garage. That's a shame. They've been having a half-decent run, Paul.
Yeah, number 2 Mercedes-Benz is in the pits, isn't it? The
Christodoulou.
Number 2 car, as you say, Christodoulou.
That's not scheduled, I think, Nick, is it?
No, it's not. I'm down with the 38 Al Incal car coming in from 5th, we're expecting soon, but that was a brief stop for the number 2. I see, that certainly wasn't a scheduled stop. I mean, they only talked about the Christodoulou getting in the car quite recently, so I'm not quite sure what happened there. I wasn't there to see it, because I'm down here a long way down with the 38.
Spin for the 28 as it was coming out of the 15. I tell you, he's gone off earlier than that. He's done the Porsche thing and looped it coming out of 14. Good save by the Works Ginetta, and pointing back into the right direction. They've dropped down and out of the reckoning, but that was a decent save there.
I would suggest, and Nick will be able to confirm this when he gets down there, that was a puncture for the number 2, because they did change the tyres, but that was about all. And Christodoulou, yes, he's gone to the refuelling, but then you wouldn't you, because the car had done 14 laps, which is not nowhere at all, 14 laps, but it's nowhere near a full tank full of fuel for Adam Christodoulou.
There is the 28 car in the pit lane after that lurid incident. More action at turn 16, and that is the 3 FARC Autotech, and the 4 car, its teammate, the leader, going around the outside of it there as it completely missed the last corner. That is not the prescribed line around there.
The number 38 car in the pits as well, so we've had the 4th place car, the Mercedes, and now we've got the number 38 having its compensation stop, and any minute now it'll join Nick Damon.
Interestingly, just behind me, the FARC Auto team are waiting for car 3, I think. So he's spun on his in-lap.
No, he missed it.
He's with you now, Nick.
In fact, yes, he does. He goes past. Yes, so 3 comes in as well for his stop.
He missed his braking point coming in the pit lane, Nick, and actually rejoined the track at turn 16.
So René Münnich is going to get out of this one, John, and in is going to get Marc Marcel. And I think they are looking, and they are, they're going to do one of the pad changes. Now, this will be the same sort of situation, theoretically, as we saw on the Black Falcons. It's the same car. Hopefully, the guy on the right-hand side won't set fire to his gloves. That looked quite uncomfortable, but the big sort of reverse calipers are now forcing back the pistons as Mark settles himself into the seat. He's strapped carefully. This is going to be a slightly longer one as they try to waggle out the old calipers, out the older pads. They come out now. All seems a little bit slower, in fairness, to the Black Falcon version of this, but they then hit a problem, so perhaps slower is more precise. A huge amount of pressure that the engineer has to put on the wedging arms to force back the pistons so they can slot in the pads and just live there on their own. There's no clips, no mountings, they just live there in sort of the friction. Of course, the friction is absolutely massive. And it's, once again, the left-hand man is a little bit ahead of the right-hand man. The right-hand man, obviously, was getting a bit of heat transfer through his gloves where he was just push those last bits on. And car goes down, and out goes the 38. Continue with the 10. Do reasonably well. I'm going to see if I can grab a word with René in a second.
It's Nick Damon down in the pit lane. And he's off to grab himself an interview. Meantime, the attempt to Porsche having its dramas coming out of turn number 16. Amazing just how clean the windscreens are on these cars this time of the year. There's not that many bugs in the air, and that does make a huge difference. Still a little bit of oil, but not much else to aid vision. René Münnich has just done a cracking job in that number 38 car, which is still sitting in the fueling area at the moment. The car that is challenging just outside the top 5 in 6th at the moment, 4 laps away from the lead. The Al Inkle team is owned and operated by René, and he likes to come out and drive, and is a more than competent driver, Nick, clearly.
René, great stint by you there. Was that a lot of fun to get a run, a full green flag run in these night conditions?
Yeah, but it was a scary run. So I don't know, everywhere cars, slow cars, quick cars, left, right, outside, inside, everywhere. We destroy everything. Every sign is destroyed at the moment there. There was, I think, a little bit sand was coming now with a little bit wind. So the grip was so less at the moment. This stint was incredible.
The car's slowly crawling its way back up the field after those kind of multiple penalties you had earlier.
No.
Do you think you've got a chance of a victory?
No, I'm not sure, because we lost so much time. One penalty was nearly 5 minutes. So this is 2.5 laps what we lost there. So I don't for the victory, no, I think not. Top 5, okay. Top 3, maybe with some problems with other cars. So this is the thing.
René, carry on enjoying it. Thanks for talking to us.
Thank you.
It's Nick Damon doing great work down in the pit lane. Paul Trustwell and the editor of dailysportscar.com, Graham Goodwin, alongside myself, John Hindhaugh, up here. Paul?
We've had another hour of the race just tick by.
It just happens, doesn't it?
11 hours now into the race. It's 1 o'clock.
It happens almost every 60 minutes, you know.
Am I right, by the way, that compensation penalty was the compensation for the penalty that they served under
when they had to compensate? Yes, that's right. But having said that, they are the only team who really cracked serving the first compensation penalty when it was purple, and that is by far the smartest way to do it. And they were the first team to realise that and to implement it properly. The 38 team. That's
Step forward, Gary Robertshaw. Good thought.
Yeah, and they then had the comfort. I don't know if they checked it first, but we had it confirmed from Creventic that that was a perfectly acceptable way to serve the compensation penalty. And I don't know, but when Bernd Schneider tried to pull the same trick, it went wrong for him, and it ended up costing him time rather than helping him at all, partly by virtue of it being bad luck, because he timed it wrong towards the end of a purple period. But it just gave me the feeling that all wasn't as smooth and as flawless as we often associate things with AMG Mercedes teams. And then after that, obviously, that car had other problems as well. But it was just a hint that not quite everything was as smooth as it might have been.
Bonnet's up on the 123 Nissan, and with the 126 car having been in the garage now for, what, 46 minutes, John? Let's hope that's not portents of a problem for the SP2 leader.
They have had water leak issues. They've got the bonnet open again. They're in the passenger side. They've got some time to look at this, and it's time they can use. There's no need to rush too much. Nick Damon is outside the RGN Nissan GT Academy pit.
Yeah, the car's getting some oil, and it's also burning off some oil. Those may be related, that they've actually overfilled it. Nick,
we've got an accident out on the circuit. At turn 15, it's Porsche corner has claimed the Porsche number 9 of Francois Perraudot.
It's the Gribier sport car.
It is indeed, sitting in 12th position overall. He's come up the hill and looped that car. Now it's gone to driver's right, I think, which means it will be able to be recovered from there if it can be dragged into pit lane. It's not too far away. That nasty change of camber as you come up the hill. And we've got a drag vehicle heading down there, one of the snatch vehicles with a tow rope on it.
While we're just waiting for that, John, I wonder whether or not you guys have spotted something I haven't, which is why is it Jan Magnussen has taken the better part of 15 seconds out of Ragging in the last 10 minutes?
Because he's done a couple of really quick laps and then settled back into
109, 109, 109, 53 seconds.
Yeah. Yeah, it dropped down to about 57 and now it's gone down to 54. And sorry, Paul, go ahead.
Yeah, just having said that, it was 53 seconds on lap 262.
Yeah.
It's 54 seconds on lap 267.
Just lost 7/10 on that one.
It's, I'm guessing it's just traffic, but maybe somebody's having the word in his ear and saying, don't forget you've got to run 2 stints on these tyres, Jan.
Well, a moment or two ago, we saw the 1-2-3 Nissan with the bonnet up. It has left the pit lane, and Nick Damon was watching that when we saw that incident for the number 9 of Francois Perraudot's Porsche, which is about to be dragged in. Nick, update us on the 1-2-3.
Well, rather than me updating, I think I'll get the driver. It's Nicholas McMillan, one of the GT Academy drivers. So how is the 1-2-3 going, and what was the bonnet up for?
We're doing pretty well. I think we're second in class, or maybe first in class. I had to rush down to do my stint because they needed someone to go through the water tap and be able to understand well. But it seems that we fixed the issue. The water taps seemed to stay down. It was just a matter of trying to put in, consistent laps. It seemed like we had a lot of cautions in my stint. So it was just a couple cars you stuck on track trying to avoid. But I think overall it was decent.
I think when they term the phrase baptism of fire, they're probably thinking about you, GT Academy boys. What's it like being here in Dubai at night with all these cars doing all these crazy things?
It's a whole different experience than anything I've ever done. I've watched videos like night racing and heard the stories and stuff, and then to kind of be in it and be around all the cars and trying to pay attention the whole time and stay focused is, it's fun, but it's definitely, mentally and a little bit, physically tiring as well.
We're currently leading your class. I'll let you go back and get some rest. Thanks, Nicholas, for talking to us. So the 1-2-3 is in the lead. The 1-2-6, unfortunately, is in the pits. But he's, I think, still actually third overall in a class that has had quite a few problems.
I think it's still second, actually, in its class because the Viper... Has the Viper gone through,
No, the Viper's in the garage as well.
Right, so that means it's the Megane.
In the garage. No, the Viper is second in the garage, and the second Nissan is third and in the garage. And
the Megane then is fourth.
The Megane must have been this dropped off the top 61. Paul points out, by the way, we've got another looming battle at the moment. Less than 20 seconds now separate the 8th, 9th position cars. That's the 21 Corvette, the V8 racing car, of course, pole position setting car yesterday, and is being caught by Stuart Hall in the number 88 car, which leads the A6 amateur class. And Stuart, of course, operating to that kind of bracket time, that 2:05 minima, and closing in step by step, just under 18 seconds now, the gap for that battle for 8th position.
Yeah, the situation in those bracket cars, the Stuart Hall driven car number 88 has currently used 2 of its jokers, and as you say, Graham leads the class. The second place car is the number 19. That's used 3 of its jokers. This is the GDL entered Mercedes, and then the third place car in the A6 AM class is number 18, which is the Vision entered Ferrari 458, and that's not used any jokers at all yet, so they've got a clean slate.
Yes, indeed, and we're getting to the stage where there are laps between those cars now. 2:63 laps completed by the number 88 car, with the number 19, three laps further back. So, were you spotted there, John?
No, I'm sorry. Just 4 cars in a space where only 3 should be, and one of them spinning out is the 99 car again. Porsche again. Had the best of runs, that car.
Has it? No, but where is that?
The Temptor racing car with the onboard camera.
It's still inside the top 30, but it's flying low, if you like, in the A6 Pro class, 14th in class now. I think hoping for attrition from other people at this stage, but bit of a wild ride in the dark.
Now, we were talking about the battle in SP2 a moment or two ago. Nick Damon has some news on the number 12 Viper.
He's actually left the pits. I don't know how they've done any laps at all. It must be a case of whenever Bruce is on, they're running fine, and whenever I'm here, they're having nothing but problems, because I've only been doing this stint for a couple of hours. They've definitely been here 5 times already. So I'm not sure what the pit stop count is, but it must be quite large.
10. Believe it or not, it's only 10.
10 long ones.
10 long ones, yes. They were in for an awfully long time for the oil line at the start of the race, which I think had dribbled onto the brakes, which they actually thought was a braking problem. It was actually a split oil line early on in this
Then
race.
they had gear selection problems as well, Graham, didn't they?
They did, yeah, they did. It's been not an easy run for them. They sit down there now, second in class, but way down the order, 59th position.
Watching the Vroom-sponsored 21 car, the pole sitting car go through. That's Rick Albrecht at the wheel of the 8th position Pro car. Just a thought here as we're watching that car go through, that car with a great history. And did you say that was a Spa winning car?
It is, 2009 Spa 24-hour winning car.
Just putting this race into perspective, I appreciate that there will be a lot of endurance enthusiasts joining us who know a bit about the race. There'll be some endurance enthusiasts who are perhaps looking at this race for the first time, and particularly as we're on broadcast television now as well. And there might even be 1 or 2 people who've stumbled across us by accident. How does this race fit in? DailySportsCar.com is the foremost authority on endurance racing and the most popular website of its kind in the world. How does this race fit in with your readers and from your point of view as the editor of the August publication?
Well, I think there's a comparison here with a race that probably more people know about, which is the Nürburgring 24 Hours, which is, it's not Le Mans, and it never will be, and this certainly won't be Le Mans, and never will be, but it is one of those races that really kind of appeals to the imagination of people. It's a race that they want to know a bit more about. It's a race that perhaps they'd like to come and watch. Very many of them, John, from listening to the broadcast that, you know, your guys have actually done down through the years since, 2007. I think this is an event that has built in awareness, it's built in importance, it's in a very good place for the time of year, and it's at the right time of year. And what you're seeing here are a number of teams that, one, have got the business together to bring customers out for some early running, some early race practice, and some meaningful racing. And you've got, as well as that, the opportunity for serious race teams to come out and win something worthwhile. What I think it's on the up. I think if you had to rank the world's 24-hour races, it's in the middle rank somewhere. It's not Le Mans, and it's not the Britcar 24 Hours. It's somewhere in between, but there are some sparklingly good teams here, as I think we've just gone to a Code 60.
I think you're absolutely right, as the purple flag has been waved. I think there's a car out on the circuit, which I believe is the 142.
It is the 142, yeah.
Out at turn number 4, which sadly is just where I can't see it. Yes, I can see the recovery vehicles on the far side of the circuit. This shouldn't take too long as there's no issues with the barriers. So this is now our 8th Code 60 of the 24 hours, still 12 hours and 47 minutes to go, and once again the Intervention TT nips off not to be a safety car but to go and examine the incident. Everyone else slows down to 60 kilometres an hour, and if you're in the top 5 you kind of need to stay out the pits at this point. And for the moment at least, they've all got through and crossed the line. Jan Magnussen has just gone past, and the car is on fire. We're hearing there's a fire now down at turn number 4, and that is why that car pulled off, and there was a note it was going to be recovered, but the fire is clearly out. I can't see any evidence of that.
We've got a reasonably good TV picture, and we can't see a fire there, John, so if it was there, it's now not.
Well, the emergency services are on the scene there. There is a rather blackened mess of a car, I think, behind that Ford pickup truck and behind the trees that you can see there. So the guys, once again, have been very quick to get that done. I have to really compliment the recovery and safety services. So 8 Code 60s then, no safety car, but the race still neutralised, with 12 3/4 hours still to go, the Dunlop 24 Hours of Dubai. 53 seconds. It is at the head of the field, and in and out has gone the long-time leader, the number 1 car. Nick Damon watched that stop down at Abu Dhabi by Black Falcons.
Absolutely copybook, and probably a stop they wish they'd have half an hour ago. It's got the number 23 on the side, which is positioned in the race, and obviously 22 positions higher than they'd hoped it would be, but they aren't going to recover from that electrical fault. They may recover many positions, but they won't find themselves, I wouldn't think. Well, no, they won't find themselves on the podium unless something ridiculous happens between now and the 12 and 3/4 hours of the race that's remaining.
And a giant rabbit has just squashed half of the field.
Well,
and the number 1 car cruises to victory.
Remember, Jerome did say to Bruce on the grid that they're expecting really heavy rain tomorrow morning, so there is still a variable there. I haven't heard anyone else saying that, but Jerome seemed pretty certain it was going to happen.
Now then, John, who was it we saw last year in a 24-hour race do magical things in the rain in a Mercedes-Benz?
Well, there was a number of... Oh, hang on. I just got a quick look at the 99 car, which looks like it was stopped there. Is that involved as well?
That is a very, very burned car.
Maxime Martin did great things in the wet and the dry in a BMW.
As did Bernd Schneider.
As did Bernd Schneider, yeah.
Really quite remarkable things. I think that's been quite a big fire, John.
I didn't see that from here. We got the note that was an issue.
We saw the 99 spin and redrawn at 7.
Yeah, then the
142, which is the car that has been on fire already this week.
I thought the 144 has been on fire.
I thought it was a 142.
144 was the one that caught fire.
Fine, in which case, apologies. It was, but
it was its sister car, in fairness.
Was going to be recovered. We've now got that is the 142. That's one of the silhouette cars.
Yeah.
And it's the front end of the car that appears to be the problem.
Nick Damon?
Well, that's different because the rear end caught fire last time, so they're
because that's where the engine is.
They're spreading the conflagrations around these fabulous GC machines.
Well, it's good enough to be rolled onto the flatbed.
Actually, there seems to be some damage at the front end, John.
Now, the number 30 has rolled through our second-place man from Ram Racing. They're just taking the fuel, but they will pick up a balance a correction. A correction with number 30 as Jan Magnussen goes through. He's going straight for fuel, John.
Yeah, this is how Ram have played it throughout the race, where they've been able to. And, of course, they won't be putting as much wear on the tyres whilst we're under this code 60. Well, the end of the recovery of the GC Automotive number 142 car, having had an incident where the car pulled over at the side of the road at turn number 4, and then we heard it was going to be pulled in. It's had a fire on the front end of that car, and as you can see from our pictures, it will not drive back. It is already on the flatbed. In the meantime, the second place car, the Ram Racing Ferrari, the chrome silver car, has gone into the pit lane. The Attempto Racing 66 car now is in trouble and is being rolled all the way to the back of the pit. Nick Damon watched Jan Magnussen roll through the pit lane and did not stop at his pit.
No, much as they've been doing the whole time, John. They are double singeing the tyres. We see them trundle through. We've seen Johnny Molem do it. We've seen Matt Griffin, and now we saw Jan do it down to the end to fill up. The difference is, of course, that they will pick up a correction penalty because they have pitted. Even though they didn't stop, this still counts as pitting under the code 60. So that won't be very long, though, because obviously their pit time will be significantly shorter because they've just trundled through.
What is interesting, Nick and John, is the fact that they've chosen to do this rather than it being the number 4 car, because past history has shown that it's tended to be the number 4 which has made the pit stops when it's purple, rather than anybody else. But this time, Martin Ragginger has kept the number 4 Fachautotech Porsche out on the track, not taking the penalty. Jan Magnussen taking the pit stop. He'd actually done 33 laps on a tank full, so it'll take quite a while to refuel it, because that's practically a full tank full. It'd certainly be the at or near the limit, I would think, of the Ferrari, which is 100 litres they're allowed to put in out of 120, which is the tank size, but as I say, just an interesting strategy call from them. And what it's meant is that instead of the 4 and the 30 coming in together, from now on they won't be. When we go green, I suspect we won't have very many laps before number 4 comes in, and then we'll see how the effect of this compensation penalty actually takes its effect. It'll be interesting to see how that works.
I think the 4 car's done all of its compensation penalties, hasn't it? I'm pretty certain that they got them out of the way, and it actually did its last stop with the first one for the longest time I can remember where it didn't come in under the code 60. In and out goes the Racing Divas car. Gabby brought it in.
You know what? It's a great effort. I can't look at that car without thinking of glam cabs for some reason.
Yeah, that's a very, very British reference. Carry on, cabby. I think you'll find Nick Damon, who is shouting from the pit lane.
Sid James.
Right, I'm sorry, I can't be doing with that from the pit lane. So Jan Magnussen then is out, having been fuelled, and that is a pretty impressive run through there. Would tend to suggest to me that he wasn't needing the full amount of litres that he was allowed.
It must have been quite close to it. I think Paul's right. So
really,
he must have got one of the good pumps.
Well, yeah, yes. There does seem to be some difference in the performance of the pumps.
I think that's right, and I think that's the biggest difference because, as I say, he'd been out for 33 laps. Had Jan Magnussen. What he's now got to be careful of is the stint time, because of course time continues to tick even when we're going slowly.
Yes,
it's kind of obvious really, but it does mean that he'll have to come in and change driver because he reaches his 2-hour limit before the car runs out of fuel again.
Of 2 course cars together on the circuit. Oh, somebody has absolutely pezzled the countdown markers into turn 13.
That's where we were told earlier, if you remember, that it's stuck in the front of the Ram Racing car.
Yeah, and I think they're going to replace the 100 marker there. That's why the Audi TT is under our camera on the entrance to turn 14. It is being demolished.
Do you think that's for the benefit of the Nissan drivers, because they always sort of replace the markers when you're doing a PlayStation game, aren't they? You can drive through them one lap and they're there the next lap, aren't they?
There's all kinds of merriment going on in my ears here as I, with some trepidation, hand down to Nick Damon in the pit lane.
I am with Sandra van der Sloot from the Racing Divas. She was just showing me how cold she was. She's got very cold hat. It's hands are freezing.
Oh, it's freezing.
Freezing. So you're out here enjoying the cold. It's not been a very clean run, but how's the car been going when it's been going?
The car is fine now, because I drove my first stint, I think 3 hours ago, and it was very good, no problems. I could make a good time, lap times, and was for me no problem.
I mean, is it any pressure you're sharing with the Shootbirth team that's going for the victory? You kind of sit there going, oh, we better stay out of the way in case they need the pit area.
No, because they know we are also quick and do our best to get a podium in our class. So, no, we don't have any bar.
You were class winners last year, so you're a bit disappointed it's not gone as well?
Well, it's not the finish yet, but we will be on the podium. First, second or third.
Actually, a very, very good attitude there, and a great victory for them last year. And we say we aren't even at halfway yet. That's the key point. And it get warmer as well. That's a good point.
I think Nick Damon is after one of those rather splendid jackets that the Racing Divas are wearing. The 100-metre board is not exactly returned to pristine health.
No.
And however, it's it's where it should be.
It's sort of there.
Some of it is where it should be.
It's a large piece of polystyrene now propped up with several small pieces of polystyrene. I don't think that's going to work.
The 100-metre, but well, if it gets hit again, it'll be a lot. It's going to be like snow, isn't it? Stand by for action, ladies and gentlemen, as we're about to go green flag racing again at the end of the 8th full course caution, code 60 as it is here, with the whole field being asked to go at 60 kilometres an hour only. And
once again, it seems to have been reasonably well observed.
No, you see, I know that I think this works very well indeed, if I'm honest. And the 142 car has already been brought back into the pit lane. Anybody who's under 5 minutes and 24 for that lap. And I say that, and the number 88 car's got a 5:11 for that lap around, but that's an out lap, so how does that work? Green flag is flying. Stuart Hall, by the way, back in the 88. Danny Verkman in the number 21 car had a 4:22 for that last lap. And we are back under green flag racing. See how this settles down for a lap or two. Ragging it from Magnussen from Dame Cameron. And Paul Truswell. You have a guest here with you.
I suppose it probably is, yes. Harold Rösler from timeservice.nl. Welcome up to the box, and especially thank you for all the work you've done for us this weekend. One of the great things is that you seem to be very understanding of the problems that we as commentators and the teams face, and are always trying to help in order to put this this timekeeping service together.
Yeah, and the reason for that is that you come to us and explain us all the things, and there's more people from the press like Jaros. They're coming over and explain things that they really need. And until now, we've always tried to make the software work for the people who give us the publicity. And the free publicity is something we need to use because we don't have the political power. So we need the publicity. That's why we enjoy doing this. But it gives us fantastic publicity, and we enjoy that.
And I mean, you've had an awful lot of good comments coming in through, because all of the timekeeping services that we're using here is available to the public through the website. So it's not like we've got anything special here. What we get is the same as you're putting out onto the web. And a lot of people have been commenting about how well it's been working, how much information is there. You know, jaws drop and they go, wow, when they see quite how much there is there.
Yeah, and the reason for it that we are able to do this is for a simple fact that Microsoft and Apple a few years ago came up with a standard called HTML5, which means that we build software and it runs on any platform that supports that, like Apple, like Windows, like most of the operating systems on mobile phones. So instead of building an app for Apple and building an app for Windows Phone and building an app for any other platform, we just have to build it once. Now, that saves us a lot of time. Still, it's not easy because it took us 1.5 years to build the application like it's running today. That's because there are still so many differences between the different browsers. But yeah, the application is doing a great job for us, and we enjoy it. And we are still having a lot of plans in building more functions like pit stops, history, temperature, weather information. So there is still plenty to do.
I tell you, however much information you give us, I've said this before, however much information we give us, we take it in, but then we develop filters to kind of work out which bits we want the most. But tell us a bit about what Time Service NL does. I mean, is the Dubai 24 the only race you cover, or you must do other races as well?
Yeah, we first of all, we have a number of clients have and or had. We have installed many of the permanent installations that you find on the modern circuits designed by Herman Tilke, like Abu Dhabi, Bahrain, India, Korea, the Red Bull Ring in Austria, but also the Western European circuits. And we have several timekeeping companies in Europe that are using our software. The biggest problem is that there is no good high-level software on this area, so everybody is building their own software, and many timekeepers have done that until now, but they're timekeepers. They're not software developers, and you see sometimes software that functions fantastically. I can give an example, like a company like Alcamel, they have a good, but it's always a combination of having somebody who has the knowledge of how the race world is working, how the regulations works, and to have a good developer that's capable of building a multi-user environment which can operate real time. That combination we have. I was lucky to be a race driver and a race director, knowing the regulations. My business partner is a database specialist and a communication specialist, and we have combined forces since 1995, and we managed to build a platform like this, and enjoyed it very much until now, and it's growing every time.
I mean, I was amazed the first year that I came to Dubai, which was 2 years ago now, and I think there were 85 starters then. And I went to the timekeepers box expecting to see a row of timekeepers, because there's usually a lot of people at a meeting to time a meeting like this. And you, I mean, how many people do you have here supporting the timekeeping system?
Three.
The whole thing is done with 3 people.
Yep, and that's the reason for that is if you take the classic timekeeper, they want to be in control of everything. They will do manual lap charting, so somebody's writing, another person is calling. They have a third guy that puts it in a manual system, and then they have a network specialist, and then 2 or 3 timekeepers. We got a camera that does the lap timing, the lap charting.
Yeah.
And we have our live timing. Everything is, we're sort of building an autopilot.
Yeah.
And while the classic timekeepers are building a plane that is flown manually.
I like that analogy.
Even with 3 people, you're able to have breaks. I know one of them has gone off and had a break already. So fantastic work, and you're able to come up here as well. Thanks a lot, Harold. Thank you very much for coming up and seeing us.
I enjoyed it.
Keep up with good work, for goodness sake, because otherwise we're all lost.
Well, let me finalize. It's the same from our side. You're doing a great job. We enjoyed it very much, and I hope you are staying with us for as long as we can, because we enjoy listening to Radio Le Mans as well. You're doing a great job too.
Excellent.
Thanks, Harold. And someone else who is performing absolutely to the maximum is Aaron Scott, who has just done a 2:05.002, which is 2 1,000ths of a second outside his bogey time, and follows that up with a 2:05.997. That is exactly the kind of times that an A6, a GT3 ARM car has to run. 3rd position for him at the moment. Meantime, Jan Magnussen has taken the lead of the motor race, and there he is, as the Ram Racing car for the first time leads after the pit stop from Dave Cameron. And has pulled out a decent run as well, and that is down to getting in and out very quickly of that pit lane, with the pit stop confined to just the fuel. He will have to do a little bit of a stop on the next one to put that right, but Jan Magnussen, Paul, that is the first time we've seen the Ram car and another change of leader at the head of the field.
Absolutely, yeah. And I mean, talk about why we stay up all night. I mean, there's been no reason not to. 19 changes of lead then, and so that puts the number 30 Ferrari onto the list. We'd already had the number 5 Ferrari leading the race for a little while, and so now 2 different Ferraris have led the race, 2 different Porsches have led the race, 2 different Mercedes have led the race. I think that's just about it, isn't it?
There's a battle coming in 8th position, where the number 88, the Dragon Racing car, is beginning to catch the 21 car. 2:05.478. This is a fantastic set of laps. 2:05.001, 2:05.7, 2:05.9, 2:05.4. By not Stuart Hall, it is Rob Barth behind the wheel of that car, because no matter how good any timing system is, if the human element doesn't work properly, I think actually, in fairness to Rob knows exactly how to program that. 6 seconds between Danny Verkman in 7th position and Stuart Hall, excuse me, and Rob Barth. Just told you it's Rob Barth, and then I just read what's in front of me. It is not Stuart Hall, it's Rob Barth behind the wheel of the 88 car. Back with us now is Jim Roller.
Did you get to say it?
Ferrari leads in Dubai. Ram Racing leads in Dubai.
Yeah, that's an even cooler story. Even cooler story. Jan Magnussen, this is quite a stint he has been on. Double stinting and driving straight through. Interesting strategy, wasn't it?
Yeah, and they've done that a lot of the time. You know, they've just been going through, and we've been speculating, haven't we, that it's fine, it takes you 20-25 seconds to change the tyres, but then in 15 laps, you lose 2 seconds a lap because the tyres have gone off at the end of your stint. In the last half an hour of your stint, at the second stint, then you've blown the advantage that you might have had, and some more.
Yeah, you've given back.
So it's a balancing act all the way through here. And Jan is a quarter of an hour, 14 minutes into the stint, the second part of his stint, or the second hour of his stint.
I think given the experience level of the drivers in that car, however, Molen, Magnussen, they can drive a car that has a little bit less quality rubber underneath it as far as the age of the age and wear on the tires. So
yeah, it's interesting.
It's an interesting strategy gamble.
But you've also got to ensure that you can still make way through the traffic here, because you can't just stay online and expect people to drive out of your way as you would do in Formula One. There's too many cars.
Yeah.
Yes, you'll get blue flags, but there's no rule that says you have to pull over within 3 yellows as there, or 3 blues as there is in some forms of other racing.
And even what these guys are used to, the ALMS, WEC, and ELMS, the traffic density here is a lot greater than even that they're used to in those longer form sports car races.
Yeah, can't disagree with that, as the Nissan number 126, Nick Damon, is heading where?
Back in again. It did go out. I think it's done about 4 laps, 3 laps. Now it's back in again, but it's probably still leading or second. Because I don't think is the Viper still running round?
Yeah, well, that's just gone back out again. I think it's still sitting in third at the moment. The SP2 class leader is its teammate, the number 123 Nissan 370, the GT Academy car. .57 seconds now to the good, though, for Jan Magnussen. It's turned a 1 minute and 10 deficit into a 57-second lead. Dane Cameron coming surely to the end of his stint in the 76 car. So what happened for those two to swap round them, Paul?
For which two? For Jan Magnussen and Dane Cameron, or
Dane Cameron, yeah.
Yeah. Well, don't forget though that we've got an artificial situation at the moment, because the Ferrari pitted under purple. So he, at his next pit stop, is going to have to make a compensation stop in addition to his normal pit stop. Now, his last pit stop, the pit stop that Jan Magnussen made, was 3 minutes and 33 seconds, so we can work that one out.
When was Dane Cameron last in the pit lane?
Dane
76?
Cameron was...
when was the 76 car last in the pit lane?
An hour ago. It was in 250, on his lap 252. He's due in on lap 280 or 281, maybe a little bit more actually, maybe 283 for him.
Slow moving car on the front straight, just about to get to the pit exit. Got a left front wheel that is punctured, or a suspension problem, or possibly both.
Yes, and
I think it's the 9.
At that awkward place at the end of the pit lane, at the far end of the pit lane.
The 9 was already in the pit lane. That was a car that we saw had its issues earlier, that got towed back after it had gone around, coming out of 15 and going up to 14 and going out of 15.
I think it's 142. I'm able to tell you from the time service NL system. They've immediately picked it up. It's car number 142 which has stopped. Another of the GC cars.
Isn't that the car that has just been? That was the car that was just burning not so very long ago. If it is 142.
Yeah.
Looks like a Porsche. I'm pretty sure that's a Porsche.
It's not the 4 car, is it?
Could be 49. That's another car that's just been picked up as having entered Sector 1 but not left Sector 1. So we'll try and pick that one out as soon as we can. Meanwhile, as I say, we can expect Dane Cameron into the pits very shortly indeed, and on the driver rotation that will be could be Claudia Hürten, because she hasn't driven it yet.
Well, there is Jan Magnussen, our leader. Look to the right-hand side there. You can see with the hazard flashes on, we've got a car perilously parked at the end of, or the start of the hash marks to the pit lane exit. Not in a great position there, and I'm wondering if they can get the snatch vehicle out to pull it back. Jan Magnussen has turned a 1 minute and 10 seconds deficit into almost a minute's lead over Dane Cameron in the 76 BMW. Ferrari leads BMW from Porsche. And there is the car at the end of the pit lane, and that does look very Porsche-like, particularly with that high rear wing. It's a left 49. Rear puncture on the 49 car. And that car's been in the wars throughout today. 26th position, Carlos Ritas. 6th in the 997 category. But it looks to have enough mobility to get it into the pit lane and therefore out of harm's way.
Which is much better, frankly, than having him go all the way around.
Oh no, absolutely.
Throwing debris all over, you know.
No, that is sensible. Now that I don't have an issue with. And if necessary, throw him on a flatbed and take him back to his pit on the flatbed once you've got him in the pit lane.
Right.
Don't necessarily let him go wrong direction down the pit lane, but, you know, let's get him out of the way.
So, Paul, does the winner come from the top 5, or does the winner, and all things being equal?
I would be
top 3 or top 5?
Top 5.
Okay.
I'm afraid with half distance still, you know, we've still got quarter of an hour to go until 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yep.
And I can't overlook the possibility that the number 2 Mercedes with Jeroen Bleekemolen sitting in the garage building himself up for it.
That's where I wanted to go.
Even though, I mean, he is 3 laps behind. I mean, let's not overlook that car.
But that's 6 minutes. So that's not...
That's right. It's not a huge distance. And the cars ahead of him are probably going to be doing brake changes and such like as the night deepens. So some of the pit stops for some of the leading runners at the moment may start to get a little bit longer.
And was it that car or the one car that's already made his brake change?
They've changed pads on both the Mercedes.
That's right. Okay.
Both Black Falcon Mercedes. But what they haven't done is to change the discs. So we would expect that to be one of the jobs on the job list, but not until after half distance. And certainly that would be, with this kind of time of day, one of the jobs that they might be considering on the number 76 BMW, which, as I say, is due in for its pit stop pretty soon. It's worth making the point about the number 76 car, which, about the number 30 car, the Ram Racing car that leads the race, that its lead is slightly artificial at the moment because its next pit stop is going to
have the compensation
to be, extended by 2 minutes or so. So that's enough to make the race even more well-balanced than it appears already.
The 64 car, currently 46th overall and 5th in the A5 category, with Sergei Polovets behind the wheel, has stopped at turn 9 and will be recovered. So the crew from the 64 car can get ready to receive. In fact, there you just saw the recovery vehicle stop at the 64 car as on the screen as the 76 car continues down. Dane Cameron continues down the diagonal straightaway, currently nose to tail with the 458, which is Pierre Caffer, who is 9th overall, 8th in the pro category, and Dane's flashing him, letting him know he's there. Young upstart. Pierre Caffer, a veteran of the sports car wars, another one of those guys who is probably underrated from a international perspective, but carries a lot of ability into these sports car races and a lot of Ferrari experience as well. As now we take a look at the number 1 Black Falcon, Abu Dhabi Black Falcon Mercedes SLS, which has fallen to
22nd.
Yeah, well, actually, that's the wrong way to put it. Is working his way back up, and he's worked his way back up to 22nd because I think at one point he was out of the top 20, wasn't he, Paul?
He wasn't. He was 23rd, was as low as he dropped.
It was. Okay. Gosh, glad I didn't bet a watch on that. And speaking of Jerome Bleekemolen, sitting there in the beanbag chair, eyes closed, having a little kip as the number 2 car comes through in 5th place. Adam Christodoulou behind the wheel of that car now, 18 seconds behind the number 20 car in 4th place. That's the Porsche of Christian Engelhardt.
Yeah, that Porsche, the Engelhardt.
You will recall, Paul, that I did pick the number 2. I'm just saying.
30.
Bless you.
Somebody mentioned a shiny dark horse. 30. That's all I'm saying.
Far too early to be talking about who's going to win this race.
Oh, I know, but
it's never too early, Paul. Come on. That's 5 dirhams. Oh, it's a very nasty bent rim on the 56. 156. That's a BBS alloy that's good for a table.
Nah, that's not even good for a table. That's too ugly.
Well, actually, it's a 3-piece rim, so you can put the new outer part on. In fairness, there's nothing wrong with the centerpiece.
That's right.
That's the beauty of those BBS rims. In fairness,
that's the 991. That's the really pretty 4th of the Black Falcon entries in this race, running in the A5 category. And well down. That car has had a myriad of problems throughout the day. 39th position. Well, it's 2nd in the A5 category now. So shame on me for not checking before I engage my mouth. 2nd place still behind the number 62 BMW, which has held sway for, gosh, all but a little bit in the category.
Just looking at that, you were mentioning Crystal Engelhardt, Jim, in the Stadler Motorsport Porsche. 2 Porsches in 3rd and 4th places, but Adam Christodoulou in the number 2 Mercedes isn't gaining very much. He's only 20 seconds behind, but he isn't gaining on the Porsche, or at least he didn't on that last lap. And so it's going to be a little while yet before that car comes in for Bleekemolen to take it over. Caron, as we said, not at a high state of readiness yet. I think he's going to be about another half hour before Bleekemolen takes it over. But of course, the longer that the race goes on and the more purples that we have, the harder is the job for that Mercedes. And we've seen before, even in the first, 8 hours, 9 hours, when the number 1 Mercedes was leading the race, it was only doing so by a lap and a half. Right. It got up to 2 laps, and at that rate, it's going to be very hard work for the number 2 to move itself up. It's certainly not out of the race, but it's going to be a hard job.
So there you see work continuing. Looks like indeed at least a pad, if not a pad and rotor change for the 156, as it has been brought up and put on jack stands.
Discs and pads for that car.
Pads, thank you.
Another Black Falcon car, of course, the 156.
Yep.
Got a team with 4 cars here, so they've certainly brought enough people and enough equipment to sort everything out.
The other cars leading the 997 class, the number 44 car. So not a bad day all in all, even though the number 1 car has had some issues. The number 2, the number 44, and the number 156 are still representing.
Nick, Stearman is down in the pit lane.
I am, and we're about to get a stop any minute now for the 76, second place Schubert BMW, possibly actually first, once the stagger unwinds of the compensation, not penalty, the compensation. Dirk Werner will be getting in the car when Dane Cameron comes out. And any second now, they'll expect that 76 machine to glide into its slot. They're all waiting. And when they arrive, I'll tell you.
Yeah, Nick, I wonder if when you're sort of doing your little snooping and investigative work around there, whether there's going to be any sign of Claudia Hürtgen getting in that car, because we were told she would be doing a stint or two.
Yeah, and about now as well. She kind of intimated about in the dead of night, sort of like the 1-ish, 2-ish time. So obviously she's not getting the 1:45 because that's this one. So perhaps if Werner does another hour and 20 and it's 3 o'clock, they'll put the Hürtgen in. I think that's when she did her incredibly fast times last year, in the dead of night.
That thought was just going through my mind, Nick, because the fastest time traditionally is just as the sun comes up, the so-called happy hour, just before and just after the dawn, when the air is cold relatively, and the track is in good condition. So let's say if anybody there will vouchsafe to you what the Schubert plans might be, then I'm sure you'll keep us in the picture.
I will tell you everything.
You
as
have
soon as I know. CSI Dubai is running, and the number 76 is going to roll to my feet now. Clips the board that says 20 on it. Hits the speed limit rather than how hard you have to hit it. Out gets Dane Cameron, in gets Dirk Werner. They had a quick check of the brakes there. They've removed a GoPro camera. That's kind of a bit of an extra thing. So they've always been looking at something with a GoPro camera they're going to analyse when they get back now. I wonder if they stuck a GoPro camera to have a look at the wheels and the brakes. That was a very quick stop. Very quick stop.
And it looked like they were going to add some fluids, Nick, and didn't get there in time to do it.
Well, every time they've stopped, it's leaked a load of water from like the overspill tank, for want of better terminology. And they... it does look like it's getting a little bit of extra fluid. There's number 4 comes in as well, so that's Conor De Filippi also stopping from 3rd, the big green 3 on the side of his car.
And that's a bit early for me, for my liking, Nick. He's only been out there for 10 laps.
Ah, right. Unfortunately, he's completely the other end of the pit lane. And I'm sure Jürgen wouldn't appreciate sprinting down there. So I'm going to have to try and have a look and see what's going on. So we think this is an out-of-sequence stop, do we?
Well, it's certainly short of what he would normally do.
Right. I was going to try and grab Dane Cameron, but now you've given me 2 things to do. It's quite, it's just, I can't. I'm very digital. I can't do analog things. I do one or another. So I'm just going to try and grab a quick word with.
Well, now it says the 4 car has gone straight out. Maybe he had a puncture because he did not go to the fuel area. According to timing and scoring, he went straight out after they jacked the car up and they went to work on the tires. And then we cut away, and then the next thing I see on scoring is that he's on an out lap.
Yeah, and the pit stop time for number 4, Conor De Filippi, just 48 seconds, and that includes the time spent in the pit lane. So I think you're probably right, Jim. It was tyres, and they said, well, look, if you've only done 10 laps, it's not worth doing the refueling.
And we are now with Dane Cameron. Dane, a very good stint for you there. Somehow you managed to lose the lead. I think that was down to the stagger of the Code 60.
Yeah, it's such a tough thing to predict there with that, and with the rule change this year, I think everyone's still trying to get a handle on what's the best procedure to lose the least amount of time. So I think we have a pretty good balance for the car. We have a good lineup and a great team behind us, so we're definitely in the mix to win this thing.
I'm not sure you know the answer to this. Every time the car leaves a pit, it leaves a swathe of water behind it. Why is that?
That's our quick fill drink bottle, so it's flushing out the drink system every time. It's actually quite nice. I need one back in America.
You get your own drink. How lovely. Well, see, they treat you well in Europe. Actually, we're not in Europe, we're in the Middle East. The European teams treat you well, Dane.
Exactly. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Dane.
He sure does sound like Pat Long when you close your eyes. The cadence is exactly the same. I wonder if he has the same media instructor.
So there we are then. The young man has done a cracking job, second position for them. But Jan Magnussen, another man who's been plying his trade in America, is leading the motor race on lap 287. So we're heading down towards half distance of the 24 hours. It's just 5 minutes away. Connor De Felipe in the number 4 Porsche up into second place after the pit stop by his countryman. Dirk Werner has taken over the 76 BMW. And let's have a look at the results as we come to half distance, with Ran Racing leading by the better part of a lap now from FAC Autotech in second place and Team Schubert in third. Stadler Motorsport of the Porsche in fourth position from the remaining Black Falcon team. Best of the AM cars is in 8th position. It's Rob Barth behind the wheel of the 88, the 997 class run at the moment winning. That is the 44 car. And other class leaders as we go through the top 20. The SP3 category 154 is the Italian Ginetta in 26th position. A5 is the 62 machine in 27th. D1 being led at the moment by the 125 in the pits. Could lose that too. And SP2 still the number 123 Nissan. And the A3T is Sami Moutran at the wheel of the number 89 in 41st position. So Jan Magnussen then controlling this race from the front with the 2:04.2 last time around, as we come to half distance of the 2014 Dunlop Dubai 24 hours.
So we are about to take our leave of you here on our TV partners here at Dubai Autodrome for the 9th running of the Dunlop 24 Hours of Dubai. Behind me is the pit of the team which has really come to the fore in the last 2 hours. Perhaps this last 2 hours was the pivotal part of this race, but we have just reached halfway. But these last 2 hours have seen the end in many ways of the charge by the two-time winner, the number 1 Black Falcon. We've also seen the number 30 Ram Racing push itself towards the front of the grid. It's been chased down hard by the number 4 FAC Auto Porsche and the number 76 Schubert BMW. Now, as I say, we're away for 9 hours now, but you can follow the race online the whole time at www.24hseries.com, or of course our fantastic audio at www.radiolemans.com. We are back in 9 hours at 7 o'clock UK, 8 o'clock CET. See you there for this fantastic race conclusion.
Well, if you're staying with us through the night, it's radiolemans.com in audio, and we've got some pictures to go with the sound at www.24hseries.com. Nick Damon is down in the pit lane. Nick?
Yeah, we're going to see the stop for the 30-round racing Ferrari, the leader. This, I think, is going to take some time because they are laying out the pads, John. So it's going to be whether they take their catch-up stop for the stopping under the code purple. I'm not sure, but they are definitely going to take tyres and then do a pad change as well under this green condition. Johnny Molan will get in the car and Jan Magnussen will get out, and this is going to happen any moment now. My guess is actually they're not going to take their penalty because everyone's getting kind of quite edgy and ready to accept the car, and it was about to park for 2 minutes at the penalty box. That's less likely.
And joining me in the booth, Jim Roller and Paul Truswell. Gentlemen, we are now officially into the second half of the race. More of the same, please.
Oh, absolutely so, yes. I mean, we've had, how many have we got up to? 19 changes of lead now. 28 is what we're looking for to beat what happened last year. And last year's race was a pretty close-run affair as well. The thing that probably isn't going to happen is a record distance, because we haven't even reached 300 laps yet. Record distance would call for 628 laps. So we're somewhat less than record distance pace, with so much of the race having been spent as not safety car, but as code 60. Not quite 2.5 hours altogether of the 12 has been spent with the race neutralised. So it's not that to my mind, Jim, has been the only negative part of this race, because everything else has exceeded expectations, but just a little bit too much code 60 for my liking.
Well, and that's just a function of bad breaks for some people, some mistakes by some people, and sometimes we had a rash of them there for a while. We were getting one every hour for the first 6 or 7 hours of the race, but things have calmed down after that. You had one most recently, how long ago was that? About 45 minutes ago?
The most recent purple was, 25 past 1.
Yeah.
So, yeah, a little bit over half an hour ago.
Yeah. So, as we're passing 2 o'clock in the morning here in Dubai, that, you know, this is the time when those kind of things can happen.
Absolutely right. I'm not quite sure how long it will be before Jan Magnussen comes in. Nick was describing the high state of readiness that the team are at. But Jan, by my reckoning, on his stint time, because that's what's going to be the driving factor on this, not his fuel, it's going to be his stint time, still has another 5 minutes or so to go. So we'll see whether he comes in at the end of the lap that he's on at the moment, or whether he carries on for another couple or so laps.
Well, if he only has about 5 minutes, that means, to be safe, he's only got about 2 laps left.
Yeah. I mean, as I say, it really depends on a number of factors. The first one is how his tyre wear is getting on. The second is how much space there is in the fuel tank, because he's got a 120-litre fuel tank in his Ferrari, and he's allowed to put 100 litres in. Here he is, he's in the pit lane now, and I'm sure Nick Damon is down there, and he'll describe this driver change and disc and pad change.
Hello there, yes, I am looking as already Jan Magnussen's out of the car, and in gets Johnny Molan. The tear-off windscreen cover is ripped away, and he has a lovely clean windscreen. There's a slight change to the rearview mirror camera, I think, and they try and clean some of the debris off the front of the car. I mean, it's chrome and splurge now, and it looks like they've had a quick check and not bothered at the moment with the pads, actually, unless they did in the world's fastest time ever. They've only had a check, seen what they're going to go. They've taken off the safety pods, and they are fiddling about on the left-hand side, looking under the car, looking at the ride height of the front right. Fresh pads are still in the box, so they've decided against this time. They're still having a good old look underneath the car. I think they're taking the advantage whilst they're belting in Mollem and disconnecting everything. Car, and it's a standard stop, so they have decided not to change the pads. The pads remain securely in their boxes.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. I think they probably wanted to have a look at the amount of wear, wanted to see where they were. Obviously, they're at 12 hours, so they'd have to replace them now, be touch and go for 24. If they can put off that replacement till after the next 2 hours of Johnny Mollem's driving, they'll be very confident they get to the end on this next set of pads.
There's a great battle going on down in 7th and 8th position with Danny Werkman and Robert Barth just 9/10 of a second apart. That's the 88 and the 21. I'm trying to pick them up on the circuit. Sorry, Paul, we were just doing a cue point back in London there.
Ah, okay. I've moved on now, so I have to say something else. So it's the other thing that
happened. Say the same again. Nobody heard you.
That's all right, but my mind had moved on. It was the Stadler Motorsport car, wasn't it, that made its pit stop. Christian Engelhardt, having come into the pits, he's made his pit stop out of 4th place. He'll lose that 4th place to the number 2 Mercedes with making that pit stop. The other thing that we need to get to the bottom of was that the timing screen didn't show us that Dirk Werner went in for fuel at the end of his last pit stop.
We think he went straight through.
We think he didn't go into the fueling area.
So possibly a puncture.
Yes, but even so, he had quite a lot of space in the fuel tank, so it didn't quite seem like the right thing to do. So we'll have to keep an eye on that one, because that may come in earlier than we expect it to, because it's running out of fuel. Somebody else who's coming in at the moment is the 4th place car, Adam Christodoulou, in the number 2 Black Falcon Mercedes.
And out of the car gets Adam Christodoulou, but in they have released the Dutchman. Jeroen Bleekemolen gets into the car. And this is now when they start to see if they can stage a comeback with the number 2, which has been running in comfort mode, running in backup mode, and now it needs to move to the A game, the A team, and the A drivers in there. And Bleekemolen needs to run a pretty impressive 2-hour stint as he fires away to get that car up from its sort of 4-ish position, certainly onto the podium, possibly as a fight to the front of the grid and a possible win, because there is half the race still to go.
Yeah, there certainly is, yes.
Back away from the fences. Here he comes.
Yeah, take a deep breath.
The Bleekemolen effect is about to descend upon Dubai.
Yes, if you are of nervous disposition or
cover
pregnant,
your eyes,
or have a weak stomach, you may want to turn away from the timing screens and the streaming video on www.24hseries.com.
But if you're an enthusiast, press your nose against the fence.
Yes, absolutely.
Put your ear up to the loudspeaker and turn the screen up to whatever it is you turn.
Maximum brightness, 11.
Whatever you do to the screen for maximum effect.
Danny Werkman's managed to pull out 3.5 seconds on Rob Barth, after having that gap gone down to less than a second at one stage.
Part of that could also be down to the fact, not only traffic, but Barth has to hit his bogey time.
Yeah, Barth.
But he has been doing.
Well, yeah, he's been nailing it pretty well.
Barth was ahead of him, wasn't he, at one point?
Has it gone the other way? Is that what the situation is?
Yeah, Barth did get ahead, but of course he has to really ignore that Corvette, because he doesn't want to get suckered into using up his jokers. So he just needs to put the Corvette out of his mind and just put the 205s in, and that must be dreadfully annoying somehow.
Which he just did with a 205 425.
Yeah, so you really need, and almost you want to kind of pull back by 100 yards, just so that you can then focus on the job in hand, which is putting in the right lap time. Because the Corvette is in the Pro class, so doesn't have to worry about the same lap time limit. So even though they're fighting for position, they're not fighting in the same class or under the same regulations.
So Johnny Mollem has left the filling station area and is on his out lap. of which he should be completing that fairly soon. He's 2 minutes and 11 seconds into the lap.
I was very, very impressed with Johnny's last stint. He's lost the lead, of course, with that pit stop and dropped a couple of minutes behind Connor De Phillippi, who is now back to the lead in the Porsche. So that's yet another change of lead.
20.
Oh, so we've done what it was last year, did we
28
say?
28 it was last year.
Heavens above.
So we're at 20 and we're 10 minutes past halfway.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't suck.
And how many different cars, Paul, have led?
9.
Wow. Wow.
We've had 2 different Mercedes leading, 2 different Porsches leading, 2 different Ferraris leading, and a BMW. Does that make 9?
Yeah.
Yeah.
2 Ferraris, 2 Mercedes,
2 Porsches,
2 Porsches,
a Corvette.
No, he never led.
Yes. Yep.
Corvette never led. Corvette never led. He didn't lead across the start line at the start of the race.
No, but he did lead from lap 19 to 30.
Ah, yes, he did. Yeah. Sorry. Yes, yes, yes.
And we also had the number 42 997 Cup car lead a lap. So we had 3 different Porsches leading the race.
Oh, okay, there's 9.
It's all on the website if you want it. If you go to the race results page, follow that from 24H.
So hang on, you're not making these notes? You're just here reading that out? Because we could have anybody doing that, Paul.
Oh, yeah.
Really? Wow. He's taking his head torch off and he's left now.
You've done it now.
Well, I'm used to pencils and spreadsheets.
He's got it. That's what he's reading it off his own notes.
Yeah. No, it all gets copied across into my spreadsheet. But what happens is, you see, on my spreadsheet, I can then tell you, for example, that the number 1 Mercedes has led a total of 166 laps. That the
Harold's working on that.
Now I've said this, he is, yes.
I know he is. he is, because he's going to Daytona to show them the system, and they need to know how many people who leads the most laps, because there's points for things like that. Nick Damon is down the pit lane. Who have you got for us, Nick?
I've found the man who came into the pits leading, Jan Magnussen. Jan, that was a fantastic stint.
Yeah, thanks. No, we had a good couple of stints there, stayed out of trouble, was able to really get after it and put some really good lap times in. I think in the first stint, traffic kind of really played my way. The second stint was the exact opposite. I couldn't really get clear of the traffic. But so far the car's been fantastic. We've been able to pretty much stay out of trouble, and I think that's going to be the key for this. Earlier in the race we were 5 laps down. Now we're in the lead. And that's just the first half of the race. So many things can happen. We need to just push on, stay out of trouble, and see what happens.
Obviously, you're having to overtake people, go offline, and you're one of the few teams that are double stinting the tyres. Do you think that might have affected the relative quality of the first stint and the second stint, the tyres going off?
Well, actually, we were working really hard in the practice sessions to make sure that we could double stint the tyre. And there is a time drop off in the second stint, but it's for us at least, it's not that big. We had to do quite a lot of work to the car to make that work, but I think it's paying off right now. So it's a little bit worse, but no big deal.
And you're now in a real 3-way battle, aren't you? A titanic struggle between the Porsche, yourselves and the BMW. Do you think the Ferrari has an advantage over those 2 cars?
Well, I don't know. The Porsche is very, very fast. I think we can fight with the BMW, but the Porsche seems to have a little bit of an edge. So we'll see. The BMW is also super fast, so who knows? There's still a long time to go in this race, and we'll just keep pushing and see where it takes us.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Best of luck. Cheers.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because we've been saying for a long time, Paul, watching the WEC, Le Mans and the other endurance racing, the ELMS that we've been watching, the Ferraris, generally speaking, down through the years in GTE spec and in GT3 spec, have been a little bit lighter on their tyre wear. And here is a race where finally, and we've been talking about how difficult it's been for Ferrari to get the wins in the big races and the long races, and here is the race where that becomes a real advantage to them.
That's right, and they're using the advantage as well. It's not that straightforward to kind of make the advantage work for you, but Ram Racing have thought about this. They've worked out how to do it. Means not using all of the fuel on every stint, but it does mean that they are using the tyres to the best. And I found it very interesting that Jan Magnussen was saying that he sees the chief competition as being the Fach Auto Tech Porsche number 4 rather than the BMW number 76, because for my money, I still reckon that BMW, if it can stay reliable, is a serious threat for this race. I mean, certainly the Porsche is. The other thing is we need to keep an eye on is quite what Jeroen Bleekemolen is doing with the Black Falcon Mercedes number 2, down in 5th place following his pit stop.
And he's now just 0.8 of a second behind the number 20 Porsche of Rolf Enschken.
In Eichen,
thank you. Rolf and Eichen. It's 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yep.
And so it should only be, but very similar lap times. Last time in Eichen through at a 2:03.641, while Bleekemolen went through at a 2:03.350. So at that rate, it'll take him a while to get by. I suspect there's more in it that we haven't seen yet from Jerome.
Yeah, I think Bleekemolen is going to be building up to this one, although he'll have 4th place very shortly. The number 20 in Eichen driven car, the Stadler Motorsport car. It's probably easier to say Stadler Motorsport rather than worrying about who the driver is at any particular moment. So, but that car has been very stealthy in the way that it's got to where it is. 10 pit stops it's done, but as they go through completing their 294th lap, Bleekemolen moves the number 2 Mercedes, the Black Falcon car, up into 4th place, but still 2.5 laps behind the leading Porsche, which is, as Max was just telling us, the number 4 being driven by Connor De Philippi, and that car will be out for a little while yet before its next pit stop, by my reckoning. Coming in around about lap 200 and what should it do? 305 or 310 laps, I would be thinking, for number 4. So he's got a good half hour's driving to do yet, which will take him up to 2:45 in the morning.
And the 2:01.402 is a little bit more like what we were expecting from Jeroen Bleekemolen. That's the lap he turned when he took over 4th place.
Yes, he's going to have to, I mean, if he's going to stand a chance, he's going to have to lap consistently in the 2:01s. He's going to have to stay underneath 2:02 if he's going to get this one back, because of that, let's say, 2.5 laps when the race leader is lapping within a second of you is going to be hard work. So, we'll keep watching and see what happens when the various longer pit stops start happening, because we are going to get those longer pit stops coming up soon with the more serious service that's required.
Planned service, but service nevertheless. Dirk Werner is only 15 seconds behind Johnny Molen, but Molen took 2 seconds out of him last lap around. I wonder, I believe that neither the Porsche or the Ferrari or the Leeds BMW have had any brake service so far. It's only the Mercedes-Benz, isn't it, gents, that's had the brake services.
So far as we know, that's right, yeah.
This is the heaviest car.
Go ahead, Nick.
Sorry, the Schubert BMW had pads, didn't it?
Did it? Right, okay,
yeah,
sorry.
I'm pretty sure it did. I'm sure that one had pads. But that's the only one that I know of. Now, we haven't been, because of where Fach Auto Tech are, which is right down the far end, where everyone else is condensed in about 3 garages at the top, we haven't been quite so eagle-eyed on exactly what they've been doing the whole time, but I don't think they've had any stops long enough for a pad or rotor change for Jim. They don't call them rotors.
That's correct.
What's the temperature like down there in the moment, Nick?
It's very pleasant, actually. I mean, I am kind of constantly moving, and it's you know, I've done a few miles today, put it that way. I can feel it in my calves, love.
Won't do you any harm, love.
You're too right.
Sculpted, mate, you are sculpted.
I know, and I got a week on a beach, when we leave here tomorrow, so that's fine.
With a massage therapist.
With a massage. Oh, I'm booked in for reflexology as well today. I can tell that. So yes, but no. Seriously though, actually, it's quite pleasant. When I first came down, I thought it was going to be chilly, but it's really quite nice to work in. It is a little bit muggy. You can tell there's a bit of humidity in the air, and it is probably about 14, 15 degrees, which is very comfortable with a t-shirt and a very nice Radio Le Mans Grand Prix Racewear blue shirt.
Total laps by all participants about 10 minutes ago, getting on for 18,000 laps. That's by everybody in the race. There's a lot of people in here as well. And still, we have a pretty solid number of cars tooling around out there. A couple have gone through accident damage. One or two have had problems all week and haven't made it reliably through the first part of the race, including, shockingly, the hot favourites. But Andreas Simonsen is back inside the top 20 at 20 with the bullet. Mathieu Vauxhall in the number 9 Crebier Sports Porsche that we saw with its problems earlier on got towed back to the pits. 201.363 for that car. Meantime, Rob Barth has been peppering the 205s. 205.1, 205.2, 205.9 at that time is the first for the that is the slowest for quite some time. Remember, he has got a 205 bogey time, and he's cut the gap between himself and Danny Werkman, who had a 208.4 last time around, back down to 5 seconds again. It's the battle for 7th position, and Rolf Venation has just gone through into 4th position because of the pit stop for the number 2 Mercedes-Benz, Paul.
Fascinating battle, in inverted commas, on the track, because if you are watching on the track as the cars go through, between cars first and second, Connor De Phillippi and Johnny Molam going through with 1 and 2 written on the side of the car, nose to tail, but they are a lap apart. So Johnny Molam right on the tail of the number 4 Porsche, but he is a lap behind, but it means that they can watch very carefully the performance of each other. And there's another car just tucked in behind the pair of them, which I think is I'm just trying to work out which one it is. It's one of the Mercedes, I do believe, which is cut to, yes, it is. It's the number 1 car, isn't it? Andreas Simonsen. So you've got Connor De Phillippi at the head. You've got Johnny Molam right in behind him. And then you've got Andreas Simonsen with the Mercedes. And those three are making for some very spectacular racing out on the track. I don't know if any of the cameras are going to be able to show that. Probably not at this stage. But if you are here at Dubai in the grandstand, then look out for those cars. They're just turning through the long left-hander, going onto the diagonal straight on the back straight at the moment.
Now, interestingly, car number 2, piloted by your own Bleekemolen, has just trundled down the pit lane and gone to the fuel station. And that is, he hasn't been in the car very long. I have no idea what he's doing. Do you have any idea, Paul? Because I don't know what was that about.
Well, he's double stinting. He's double stinting the tyres.
He hasn't been in that long.
No, exactly. He's done precisely 5 laps. So I think it was either an oversight and he forgot to go in.
Too fired up.
Or he wanted to make the maximum of the amount of fuel that he's allowed.
Yeah, he's going to do one long stint.
Yeah.
So you can only put 80 litres in. So he'll go in, he'll put 80 litres in, and he's just going to put 35 litres more in. And he's right back up to 120 litres.
Yeah. except that the Mercedes can put in 105.
Right.
But,
okay. Well,
he's put in a short amount in order to get him up to the 120. That would be so. It was either a mistake or it was carefully done.
Yeah, they're going to stick him in for an hour and a half now and just tell him to push, push, push. Gianluca De Laurenti has broken out of the bracket. There's a joker lap, another joker lap gone for the 19, and it's a 2:04.761, so 3/10 is another wasted joker. I'm afraid that is not smart running by the number 19 Benz team, and they are battling for that GT3 AM, the A6 AM title, with Rob Bark having now gone past Danny Werkman because Werkman is in the pit lane. So Rob Barth in the 88 Dragon Speed car, 7th position overall, 6 laps off the lead. And Nick says?
Werkman did the same thing as Bleekemolen. He just trundled down the pits and went for fuel.
Cooler temperatures may be allowing, Jim, the tyres to work for 2 laps for more cars now.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that you hit the nail right on the head because we are, as you heard moments ago, Nick say, it's cooler, the air's thicker, there's more humidity in the air. It's about the only time you'll ever hear the word humidity used in Dubai is between now and dawn. So, and then possibly, we heard from Jeroen Bleekemolen earlier, and I think, Nick, it was you that interviewed him when he said that their meteorologist is saying rain tomorrow before the end of the race.
It was a conversation with Bruce on the grid, yeah, and he was very certain there was going to be quite a lot of rain tomorrow morning. There's no real sign of it. I know it's dark, but there's no feel that rain's coming. It's just got that kind of morning in the desert sort of bit of dews coming down, everything else. So I think definitely cars now are finding a double stinting a lot easier. And as you say, they're probably running now to 2 hours or a full tank. I'm not sure about the tactics of number 2, so I thought it was better to try and run the car light and then just top up the 35 litres at the end rather than stopping earlier and running effectively a 25-kilogram heavier weight the whole time through.
I do tend to agree with you, Nick, and I don't know if anybody will admit to it being a mistake, but maybe you could ask a pointed question. The weather forecast that I have suggests no rain at all for the foreseeable future in Dubai. Temperatures going down to 14 degrees overnight tonight, but from about 7 o'clock tomorrow morning it starts to increase in temperature, so you've only got another 4.5 hours and it'll start to get warmer down there.
I'm checking to see. 14 degrees is 57 degrees Fahrenheit.
That's, yeah, sorry,
that's pretty chilly.
I forgot to translate for 40. It's yeah, I think it's certainly not balmy. It's you need at least a sweatshirt on, but on the other hand, if you're taking exercise like Nick is,
that's right,
and chasing up and down,
sashaying around,
chasing, I thought was to keep warm, then that's certainly going to be the right clothing for the job, I think.
His words, not mine.
Indeed. Indeed.
So Connor De Phillippi continues to lead this race, working lap 303.
And just coming in now, Jim, and I just want to see if he's actually dropping the Ferrari or not. There he goes, also coming into the pits this time through. Yes, is the number 1 Mercedes. So the number 1 Mercedes now in the hands of Andreas Simonsen, back into the
19th.
top 20, and going to have a driver change.
Who'd be next in the rotation? Would that'd be Schneider, wouldn't it?
Yes, it should. Well,
because Bleekemolen's already in the other car, or is it?
Yeah, that's right. So it can either be Kubaisi, but I suspect Kubaisi may be saving himself for the number 2 car now. So I would expect it will be Schneider, even though he's not had a long rest.
Long enough by the rules, but
Nick will tell us.
Hello. I'm wandering up as you speak. I think I think it is Schneider who's got in. I will check, but I doubt it. It might be Kubaisi. He might switch to run his time more in the 1, and they're going to give a number of stints to Bleekemolen to try and catch that 2 up. I mean, the Bleekemolen and Christodoulou, you know, in fairness to Gavaisi, he's not the quickest of the guys in there, and he's done enough laps in either of the cars now to justify any spot on the podium he may got. So they may decide to put him more in the one, so he has that option. But I think that it will be Schneider who'll go out there. He had a very, very short run because basically he was sitting in the garage most of the time with people going, oh, the battery's not working.
That's absolutely right, yes. So, yeah, I would expect it will be Schneider, and we'll find that on the screen in a matter of moments. And whoever it is has remembered to go into the refueling area.
Richard Lyons brings the Kraft Racing Aston Martin into the pits. Richard Lyons behind the wheel of that car. That's be the car's 15th pit stop. 14th, I'm sorry. So it doesn't look, Paul, like De Filippi is able to shake Mullen at all. They just went through, again, nose to tail, and the lap times were a 2:02.6 to a 2:03.4. So less than a second difference.
Yeah, that's right.
De Filippi a little bit faster, but...
Yeah, he's dropping him a tiny bit, but not by very much, as I say. But certainly Mullen isn't being able to get himself back onto the lead lap. He's going to have to wait.
He was on the lead lap, though. He's dropped off it again.
He was, and he's dropped off. But he's chasing De Filippi round, and it may well be that he'd rather have De Filippi ahead of him rather than be hounded by him.
He's 20 minutes behind him in terms of laps, in terms of time on the track, isn't he? In terms of when they came out of the pits, I should say. Just a lap behind him, 2 minutes or so behind him in the race. So he's got 20 minutes more fuel, but length tyres.
That's right, yes. I mean, I would be...
15, actually.
I would be expecting De Filippi into the pits on around about lap 305, I guess.
Really? Is De Filippi, is this the second part of a double for De Filippi?
Hang on, I've got to turn to here to tell you that.
He's done 40 on this stint, 40 minutes, 40 minutes on this stint.
I think he did stay in the car on the last pit stop. I haven't actually got that on the list. Back. Yeah, we had Ash to Ragginger, didn't we? And then Ragginger to Filippi.
Confirmation from timing and scoring that Bernd Schneider is indeed back out in the one car. 21st position overall after the pit stop. So it'll be interesting to see De Filippi and Mullen running together out on the racetrack. That time Mullen got the better of De Filippi at 2:03.222 to a 2:02.383. And indeed, Johnny pulled out 4 seconds on Dirk Werner. So the gap now back to Werner from Mullen is 30.225 seconds. Then 3 laps down is Wolf and Eichen on 301 laps. He'll be completing 3:02. There he goes. So he's 2 laps down at this point. Mark Bessing brings the 38 SLS into the pits for his 11th pit stop, completing lap 301. So that will open the door for Bleekemolen to get back into the top 5. When he comes through, he will pass next time by. He'll pass Bessing. He's 56 seconds behind as he comes through.
And let's go down to Nick, who's at that pit stop.
Yeah, the 38 comes in, and Rob Huff gets. I must admit, I saw Huffy getting ready about 5 minutes ago. He looked absolutely shattered. He's about to go out and do 2 hours racing, so perhaps he's just woken up from a nap. Car getting the clean through, the drinks bottle being replenished. A little bit of work going on in the again for drinks. I think is in the foot well, having a look at he's putting out a data card there on that right-hand side, as we've seen before. The right-hand door goes down. The car fits jacks. Everything fine. I think they've also done a bit of a check on pad wear. Again, not yet, needs to be replaced. And Bob Huff goes out for 2 hours and attempts to try and keep the thing in the top 5.
And as he came into the pits, Bessing did stop at the penalty box. So he has served a penalty. He's been in the pits so far about 2.5 minutes. So he served about a minute's worth of penalty before he went down the pit lane to make his stop in front of Nick Damon. So that will definitely mean that when Bleekemolen comes through, because the 38 car is now in the fueling area, and we should see Jerome come through here shortly.
The good news is we've now got internet back, so at Specutainment and at Radio Le Mans is working again. I'm catching up a little bit here. The various listeners have been ticking the usual bingo card references off. Nick's comedy accent has gone already this evening. I think that was fairly early on. Thanks to Tom Ford, who tweeted us the picture of the UK Police McLaren. Dubai Police have one, and they use it as a patrol car, not as a show car. They have a McLaren MP. I saw it.
You saw an advert that said "Come see it," right?
I saw an advert that said "Come see it," and then I found some video on the web of it actually running. It is not just a show car, which is fantastic.
I've lost the internet again.
So this is into the 13th hour. And De Felipe just staying ahead of Johnny Mowlem at the head of the field. Nick?
Yeah, he's ahead, but he's about to come in to be replaced by Sebastian Arch. The team is, Back Auto team is waiting for him. Tyres are laid out. They're not even thinking about offering discs or pads, so this is going to be a as swift as you can change, a driver change, 4 tyres, and possibly a bit of a screen wash as well. For the young American, and he'll be replaced by a young German.
Thought you were going to bring in a bit of David Bowie there for a moment. The AM category, still 7th position, is the fastest with Rob Barth. Go ahead, Nick.
And they have a ride there. Felipe hit his mark perfectly. There's some fluids being replenished by a man who looks like he's got a keg of beer on his back, but that's just what the Swiss do, I'm afraid. And I think also he's got a supply of whiskey around his neck and a bowl of Toblerone somewhere else as well. Moves around, the fail tyre goes on. That was a good start. Getting a push start. Fires up. Off he goes. And there's little bits of flame on the floor as bits of brake and rubber have lit themselves.
It's about a minute. About a minute, Nick. From coming into the pit lane to having dropped down off the jacks. He'll now go for fuel, does indeed turn right at the end of the pit lane. Paul?
Yeah, now we see whereabouts Johnny Mowlem is in the Ram Racing Ferrari. As
coming into the 3rd sector now.
There he goes.
Right that moment.
And so that means we can count to about 10, and then we'll see him at that loopy left-hander that we can see if we trade the binoculars out of the front of the window.
Which would be turn 14.
Yes, that's right. Porsche corner, I think it was that Phil called it, wasn't it?
It's the blue strip up the right-hand A-pillar that's the giveaway on the Ram Racing Ferrari. Ram Racing Blue comes round the final corner now. Underneath us, clicks off another lap.
Sebastian Ash is still in the fueling area, so leader change, another change of lead then.
That's unbelievable. Mowlem 203.582, 203.584, 203.584 in his last 3 laps.
John on with
Yes,
Connor De Felipe. Connor, another very impressive couple of stints. You came in the lead, which is the best you can do.
I'm giving it all I have. The car is good, doing great in the pits, and it's just a matter of making mistakes and trying to be consistent getting around the lap traffic as quick as possible, and when you have a few guys behind you, try to get them stuck behind the lap traffic. So I'm, this is all first time for me, so I'm kind of learning as I go along, and every stint I get more and more comfortable with what I'm doing in the car.
Is it moving from light to dark and now in the full dark? Is it actually easier when it's dark, or would you prefer to see everything? Because a lot of drivers like it now because the air's heavy and the power more grip.
From the grip and power standpoint, I definitely like it more, but visibility-wise, it definitely makes it a little bit more difficult. With the lights coming from behind, a lot of people have big bright lights, so it's pretty blinding from behind. So I've had to just do the best I can, move the mirror, and just make myself comfortable and really just adjust and find my own rhythm. That's been kind of what's been working for me.
Oh, no, thanks, well done.
Thank you.
We've got editor of dailysportscar.com, Graham Goodwin, with us again to update us on some more GT cars.
Yeah, I was just listening to what you're saying about the bonkers Dubai police force fleet, and they've got an amazing array of supercars down at usually around the Marina area. I think you'll see them. There's an Lamborghini Aventador, an Aston Martin 177.
Just the 1.2 million.
Just that one. An SLS AMG, Bentley Continental. For the runabout, they've got a Chevy Camaro.
Yeah, that actually looks pretty cool.
And the Ferrari FF.
What else would you do with one of them? They are horrible. Did they put a lot of cones in the back?
Well,
of that?
you could put someone in the back of that one.
Yeah, dog van.
They probably use that as the van.
Yeah, use that as the dog van. Yeah.
Get the van. Go on.
The Black Mariah, as they used to.
It's probably got a cage in the back, do you think?
The good news about the FF is, it has the four-wheel drive. Yeah.
Work in snow. Big problem round here. Snow happens.
Well, in case they have to chase somebody off the ski slope at the mall. In fairness.
One quick significant happening just in the last couple of minutes, John, which is down in 8th position overall. Rob Barth, I think, has just emerged from a pit stop, but has retained the lead actually now this time in A6 Amateur. I think that might be one of the first times they've done that on rotation.
And it's the 19 car that they've been racing, the Mercedes-Benz. Duncan Heisman at the wheel of that. And that is because Rob Barth managed to put a lap on them.
Yeah.
And
been cracking stuff from young Roberts, hasn't it? 40 this year.
No way.
Apparently so. I was amazed.
I thought he was about 57.
Yeah, I thought it was far.
I'm only kidding. He's very much. We were talking to Stuart Hall earlier on, who has been drafted into that car, about just what a thinking driver he is, and he is a man of data and numbers. He's the sort of guy who will sit and crunch the numbers. Up to 6th position.
Oh yeah,
in that AM car. Remember, that car hasn't. I don't think they've used any of their jokers in the.
Yes, they did. Yeah, there was the Stewie Hall one that just passed it.
Just the one, the 88 car, correct?
That
is in 8th position rather, not 6th position.
The 88 has used 2 jokers, John. The Triple 8 has only used 1 joker.
Oh right, okay. So 2 jokers used up. So these are the 2 laps below 205. They're allowed 10 before the penalties start to come in rapid fashion.
Except in the last 2 hours.
Except in the last 2 hours.
Because you're not allowed to use any in the last 2 hours.
That's right.
So if you haven't used all your 10 in the first 22 hours, you've wasted them.
You might as well. But what they'll do if they're sensible is wait for happy hour and try and use them up in the happy hour and make sure that they've got the official number of jokers rather than what I'm telling them, because I might not have got it all right, and I don't want them to come up here and beat me up if they get a penalty.
They're hanging on every word. I'm telling you right here, Paul.
Yeah, the fire department here apparently have a Corvette C7.
What have we got here? We've got the Ram Racing car on the weighbridge, and the 11 Mercedes in the penalty box.
That's it's taken quite a long time for the Ram car to. I don't think this is scheduled either, Nick, is it?
No, and there are dolly jacks.
18.
There is a problem for the 30. It's about to go on the dollies. I'm not sure what the issue is, whether this is part of the...
I'm guessing brakes. I am guessing brakes. There was steaming when it came in.
The left-hand side. Problem is that the pit is blocked by the 127 car. So they're sharing with someone who's also got a problem. The smell is of water and antifreeze. But this obviously is time disappearing as we speak. The bonnet is coming off, of course, not where the engine is in a Ferrari 458.
Nick, on the left-hand side, the passenger side, there's a huge donut and some damage in front of the left rear wheel. There's been contact. There's been contact
here
recently.
And yes, there's been a clunk on the side. There's been, they've got a leak. They've holed a radiator, I'm afraid. This is a tragic for the number 30. That's going to be it for its chance of winning. They can possibly repair it, but what's happened is Molem's had a coming together with someone, or something coming together here. As you say, there's a big tyre mark scuffing the side of the left-hand door, and of course the radiator is held very far forward on a Ferrari 458, and the front left water radiator has been breached by the accident, which has taken a hole out of the front wing and has kind of drilled an area as well. And the problem they've got is they can't get the thing into the garage because that Golf is there at the moment holding up the space. So
that was the Golf that was leading its class as well. And
they've had, I say, an accident damage. Something's happened. It's like it's scraped 3 or 4 times because it's got a hole in the front left, which has taken the radiator out. But it's also got damage all down the side on that left-hand side, John. So much so it's peeled back the digital number machine, and right now they're probably thinking, why on earth do we have to share a garage in Dubai? And what's happening is they're trying to move the 127.
That was a new door as well, wasn't it?
It was. It's a losing time, but I think obviously already any chance of victory is gone because the replacement of that front radiator is going to take them far too long, and they've moved out the space.
They're going to put it for nose in, I think.
I think that what they're doing is the 127 car is stopping what it's doing, sticking its wheels back in so they can actually roll the car out and then get the Ram car behind it. And then, because they're obviously doing a longer fix internally, and so the Ram car is still looking to try and do what they can do whilst they're stuck out here. But they're obviously thinking, oh, if only we had our own pit, or if only our pit teammates weren't having problems as well. But what the question really is what or who or how the Molem-driven car hit somebody or was hit by somebody as a man unscrews the front. But there was a huge amount of damage on that left-hand side. And a smell, as I said, it's a smell of antifreeze. You know it instantly, especially if you ever rode a 1970s Triumph, because it used to spray the stuff all over you most of the time you open the cap. And now the car goes back, and this is going to be a long one as they replace the front radiator, and that is their challenge gone. And then there were 2.
And
I don't know if it's coincidence or not, but the Optimum Motorsport Ginetta has just stopped at turn 12, which is the hairpin up at the top of the hill, away to our right. Whether that's coincidental or the result of that contact that we can clearly see evidence of on the Ferrari.
While Nick's down there, I mean, that 127 car, I don't know if you guys commented on that outside my hearing, but that's just lost that lead.
Yes, correct.
So do we know what the problem is with 127?
It's been struggling a couple of times. It had the lead and lost it, and gone back through the field. So it might be worth Nick just sticking his head in, see if he can see Tom Onslow, Cole, or any of the guys down there on that KPM Racing Volkswagen Golf.
Well, this was the car running somewhere just outside the top 30, leading the D1 class. It's lost the lead to that class to the number 122 car.
Spencer van der Poel just gone through them, yeah.
Yep, and 2 laps now behind. It's been the pits for 12 minutes now.
It's all gone very quiet from Nick, because I think he's trying to find out some information. Johnny Molem stayed in the car as it was rolled back, not seeing anything on the Twitter feed, and Fiona Miller is normally very, very quick indeed to let us know when she knows. So clearly not information not coming back up from the pit to the Fragrant One. We'll get that as quick as we can.
She's just redrafting, I think, the headline for the press release. What a shame. That's a great run, though. A great run.
Car 152 is now being recovered from turn 12.
So let's see if there's any evidence of chrome scuffing on it.
Well, you would think that what's happened there is that someone's either turned across Johnny or been spun in front. It could have been that he's picked up someone else's accident, of course. We've seen that happen many times here. Remember that bizarre accident for Nissan when they hit someone else's wheel and tyre that had come off down the back straight, which could have been a lot worse. Should mention, by the way, that 123 Nissan 370 is still leading its class, SP2, holding on at 35 at the moment on 268 laps. The next closest challenger
It's
in
number
SP2.
12. It's still the Viper, but it's way down. It's 56th position.
And how many laps?
And it is, let's have a quick look. How many laps has that 12 car got? It has got 243 laps.
Against 268, and here comes the 152 being dragged in, and Nick Damon has been doing some detective work.
Unsurprisingly, Mr. Molin's a bit too upset to talk on radio, but I do know what happened.
Right.
He was trying to get up the inside of the 17 Craft Aston Martin.
Not again.
But the Aston Martin was trying to get up, trying to pass someone else as well. And he thought he'd been left space, and he thinks that the third car, the unidentified very slow car, took the space out of the Aston. The Aston moved to avoid that car, and him and the Aston came together. So he's certainly not blaming the Aston, and I don't think he's absolutely distraught, obviously. And I think it's going to be one of those things called a racing incident of 3 cars not going into one, and the Aston jinking, I think, to avoid a car who was coming across him, therefore went effectively, it meant that Johnny ended up going into the side of the Aston, the 17 car.
Right, and that was Peter Sauer that was at the wheel of the 17 car as the 152 is being pulled back into the pit lane. That is very, very bad luck. Johnny Mowlem is, I know why he's distraught, because he is a very careful driver in traffic and normally very good in traffic. Meantime, Pierre Caffer is catching, and it is Stuart Hall now in the number 88 for 8th position, but that's Am versus Pro, so that should be a bit of an unequal battle, to be fair.
Yeah, I mean, Stuart's not able to bust that 205 in defence of the position, and in fairness, he's looking for a class win here. And doing a fine job, but Pierre Caffer all over the back of the 88 car just at the moment. I'm sure by the time we see the pair of them through here, the 458 in fact takes the place up to 8th position. Stuart Hall down to 9th in 88, leads the class. And just to remind listeners and viewers that don't understand this, the A6 AM cars have got in effect a bracket time. It's a minimum time that they must not bust through. Should they do so on more than 10 occasions during this race, or during the first 22 hours of this race, because they're not permitted to do it at all in the last 2 hours, they then start to get increasing levels of severity of time penalty. So
this is about to get messy here. Hershey's Kisses have arrived. What are they, you ask yourself?
We'd just like to thank Jonathan for that. And
very good. Jerome Blakey-Moreland's back out on the circuit. 29 minutes he's been in that car, and 7 minutes he is in drive time behind Johnny Mowlem, who is dropping down with that incident. Nick, you're still down around that pit.
Number 2 in the pits, John.
As in comes...
I am now with number 2 of this car. It looks like it's going into pits as well.
Really?
So it's got
this
the
might be planned.
on. It might be the brake change. It might not, but it's a bit unlikely because Jerome's really not been in the car long enough again.
And indeed, not.
And he's wobbling the front, left and front, right, like it's a suspension loose feeling. Like the driver's saying it's not feeling right at the moment. They're doing that wobbly thing when they at the MOT station, they tell you bearings have failed. And they've rubbed them, all 4 of them, so I think the basic feeling is this car's not feeling right. They're looking at it, it's up on the jacks. They haven't yet decided to take the car up at the dolly, so they haven't yet decided to take the car into the garage.
Jerome clearly not happy with the handling of the car, and it would suggest vibration, wouldn't it?
Definitely, something's not right with it. I mean, obviously, we haven't seen the blistering times we expected from him either. He obviously is still carrying the accident damage it got when it's had coming together some time ago, when it took out the 28 machine, the AM car. They're looking at the rear left, which has been that rear left on SLS has been a running theme this weekend, hasn't it?
It was the rear left that failed on the All-Lincoln car, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
And John spotted Bernd Schneider staring at the rear left after on the 1 car after one of the sessions as well. So they're having another look at the rear left. I've no idea whether it's coincidence. They got all the 4 tyres off. They're looking at all the wishbones. They're not in any way having a look at the brakes. They're just trying to see, do the wobbly things, see if there's anything obvious that's not right. I don't think Pelika Molinen's a kind of a fussy driver. I don't think he gets upset if he's slightly off. He runs endurance races. The car's changing the whole time. Obviously, it's changed in a way he doesn't like.
Yeah, and that car had done 19 laps since Pelika Molinen's remember that extra stop that he came into for more fuel. 19 laps certainly doesn't kind of fit in with that. And the car has already had a new set of pads.
We've got the number 77 BMW, I think, has missed the penalty box, but they're pushing him back in the wrong direction of the pit lane. They're going down towards him.
You can push back, you can't drive back. Nick?
Number 2 now, all tyres off and being pushed into the garage backwards. They have taped up the front of the garage layer, the garage surface, which picked up, of course, where they're trying to get the one in there, but they've now got a prerequisite amount of duct tape to make a much more smooth entrance, so they're able to get the car in whilst it's on the dolly jacks, and it's sitting there, and they are now really, the Black Falcon team has also fallen away, so we've lost 2 of our potential winners effectively in the last 5 minutes.
Don't forget, if you're listening to us on RadioLeMans.com, there are streaming pictures on www.24hseries.com, and this news is coming to us from Audi Motorsport that United Autosports will be entering the Bathurst 12 Hours, and Marcus Winkelhock will be part of the driving talent for the early season classic at Mount Panorama. You can hear that here on RadioLeMans.com in early February, so mark that one in your diary. The first 2 big races of the year for endurance, 24 hours here and 12 hours in Bathurst. The 2 big international motor races, both here on RadioLeMans.com. Nick?
And our leader has taken the pits as well, but this time it looks like a pretty standard stop. Out has got Dirk Werner in. I think it's Bill's got in. Bill Oban, I think, has got into the car.
Yes.
And they are literally, again, they got that drink bottle, so they'll be spilling water as they go. They pump the water back up again. Oh, door not quite shut. Slammed by Dirk Werner. That car goes away, and currently, of course, it is fighting for the win now, just with the number 4 Falcon Auto car.
What is the white bottle that the left rear tyre man?
It's drink water.
No, it's not.
Water. Well, that's what they said it was last time.
Well, why would you wouldn't put that into a...
Apparently, that's what I was told. I may well be fixed.
He said it was a pressurised drink system.
Yeah.
Really?
He did. Dane Cameron.
OK. Why would you put that in externally? Why wouldn't you just have a pressurised bottle like the progressive system that Audi have? Nick?
I don't know. It's quite a clever little system. I think it flushes out the other person's drink and gives you fresh drink is the idea, if it is a drinks bottle. And they are quite profligate with it, so it might be. Okay. I'm off now for my sleep, and Bruce is here to actually give you some proper reporting.
Sleep. At RC Racing _Diva, let's not forget, for Nick Damon. So the Bill Oberlin now driven car has gone into the fuel bay.
And meanwhile, Sebastian Ash has gone through to take the lead, John, because he just has gone through to complete his 315th lap. So 315 laps completed for number 4, 23 changes of lead. And
going very quickly, Paul. 2:01.587 for Sebastian Ash that time around.
Porsche leads Dubai.
Again. 2:01.247. Pierre Caffer.
Remember I said when Pierre Caffer got into that car, watched for him storming back up. I think he was 18th at the time.
Tell you, he's doing a good job as well. Stuart Hall, 2:05.552. Remember, that's the 2:05 class that he's in. By that I mean timing. Bernd Schneider, 2:02.7. Not even the fastest man on the track last time around, but he's up into 19th position. And shortly will be catching up the 997 leader, the 44 car of Vladimir Lundkin. Or Lundkin. Good evening to Bruce, who is joining us in the pit lane. Bruce Jones.
Good morning. It's funny, you go away for a few hours and the complexion changes. And when I woke from sitting upright with my eyes closed, Johnny Molan was leading, and then it all went wrong as I nipped down to get my quick blast of coffee with our friends at Cafe Nero. And I'm just looking in at Ram Racing, very orderly repair, but it's such a shame. What a great run, but they are putting bits back on the car, so little by little. But of course, a race like this is always full of stories, and clearly the #1 Mercedes had its own story and all the electrical problems while I was attempting to sleep. But yes, good to be back. I just love this pit lane.
Worth saying, by the way, the Golf has rejoined, who was blocking the way. The car left soon after the Ram Racing Ferrari was popped to the back of the garage. They're now off and in pursuit of the new class leaders, who are themselves in the pits. Just at the moment, the number 122 car on pit lane.
And by the way, if you are listening to us on 87.6 FM around Motor City or the circuit or on the PA system, heartily recommend a trip down to Cafe Nero. They've kept us going so far. And thank you to the hard-working crew in the middle of the hospitality floor just above the pit lane. New addition to the Dunlop Dubai 24 Hours this year. And a welcome one too. Please support them so they come back again next year. That's been brilliant.
That's a plaintive cry. There really was.
Terence and the rest of the hard-working guys down there. More than just coffee down there. There's a variety of pastries and hot and cold sandwiches, panini and toasties, which are all very tasty. We've been through pretty much the full gamut for breakfasts this week. It's Cafe Nero on the hospitality floor of the top of the pit lane, first floor up from the back of the paddock. So if you're sitting in the grandstands at the moment, or maybe wandering around the back of the paddock having a look, thinking about what to do at 3 o'clock in the morning, go and see the guys and get yourselves warmed up. You can watch the race from there as well. There is a balcony onto the front straight.
In time, Pierre Caffer, after that very quick lap pitted, is now fueling. And if Mr. Bleekemolen is very much longer in the pits there, is going to be taking 6th position.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, just to say, meanwhile at the front, Sebastian Ash lapping extremely close to his best on that last lap, 2 minutes 0.5, as opposed to a 2 minutes 0.05, which is his best. So Sebastian Ash certainly got the pace, and at the moment he's got quite a lot of fuel. Just looking down, he's going to be able to go at least until lap 330 by my reckoning, and possibly up to about 335. So the best put over half an hour for Sebastian, I reckon. And we heard from, can't remember which of the Ram Racing drivers it was that we heard from now, but one of the Ram Racing drivers very much recognised the Porsche as being the chief opposition rather than the
That was Jan Magnussen.
Jan Magnussen. I knew it was one of them had recognised it being the Porsche. But certainly it's, I can't even say it's beginning to look like a two-horse race, because the way this race changes and the fact that a lap of a difference makes nothing at all.
Can I just mention the 38 car at this point, but only 4 laps away from the lead, and the 21, the pole-sitting car.
I was about to mention the Corvette, and I'll tell you the reason why I'm impressed with that Corvette is because, yes, we've got Nicky Pastorelli, but it's very much more an AM than a pro car, albeit that they're in the pro class. That is not a full pro lineup.
Well, Nicky's the only one who's doing times around the 2 minutes. Nobody else has been anywhere near that.
Still, they sit in 5th position and just 5 laps off the lead.
Yeah.
Let me say just 5 laps off the lead. It's 10 minutes.
And a word for the number 38 car, the Rob Huff car, which you just mentioned, John. Don't forget they're doing it with 3 drivers. So
that's bonkers.
It's the smallest driver crew. That's probably the wrong thing to say. The fewest number of drivers in a driver team of the field. There are a couple of others with just 3 drivers, but that's the leading one. And so far they're cycling through, and they're doing what's required of them. So we would have bet that we're just over now 13 hours into the race, that we'd have a top 5 with just one Mercedes in the top 5, and that Mercedes would be the Rob Huff car.
Just one Mercedes just outside the top 5. The second Mercedes is in 7th position, brought in by Jerome Blake-Molen, who's with Bruce in the pit lane.
Jeroen, tell me the story of your last run.
Yeah, it was strange. I mean, when I went out first time, the car felt really good. The first 2 laps were really quick. And then I got a puncture. So I thought, okay, maybe just the tire was bad. We put a new set on and same thing. 2 laps, it was good. And then no more grip in the left rear, really dangerous to drive. So I said, after driving it for a while, okay, we have to check it. And I think they found something on the suspension, I think a crack or something. So, yeah, they had to replace it, and, we lost a lot now.
Who's taken over from you?
It's Aziz now in the car. Yeah, we'll see what happens, but we're just depending on others' troubles now if we want to end up at the front. We're quick, I think, if we have no problems, but we cannot make it up anymore by being quicker. So, yeah, it's a tough day for us.
It is. Tough luck, Jeroen. Good to see you.
Just amazing me how many people are hitting trouble at this stage.
And amongst them, John, is that Bill Oberlin is back into the pits in the number 76 BMW.
Oh, my goodness me.
Because that has only been out for 2 laps, and Bill is back in the Schubert.
Well, has he gone straight for fuel?
He's in the back of the garage somewhere. I can see people at the front of the garage, and Bruce pacing down there, head and shoulders above the rest.
Sticks his head in and turns his microphone on and will say to me, what? Microphone not switched on, Bruce, I don't think. Wait for a second for it to warm up. There you go.
Yes, there we go. Half on is no good at all. Just to say, yes, I've got a completely shredded tyre and a very shattered wheel rim.
Ah, yes, I can see that.
But no car, it's gone on again. But I think it's safe to say there are punctures and there are punctures, and this is at the extreme end of the puncture zone. So, yes, it is all happening. It's amazing. You think a race has a fair degree of fluidity, but, you know, largely will stay as it is. But this past handful of hours has absolutely transformed the order.
Wow. I tell you what, halfway through the race, if you'd said the number 4 Porsche would have been leading, you got a decent price on that.
It's Porsche 1-2 now, John.
Yes, it is.
That's actually given the number 20 car the second position.
Stedler Motorsport caught a second. Is this a continuation of the shock result from Le Mans last year of the Works Porsche
and the
leading and winning?
And the AM leader now to 6th position again.
That could be better than that before the end of this race. I tell you, that could be considerably better than that. You're listening to RadioLeMans.com. If you are just joining us, thanks for your company, and welcome along.
The number 2 Mercedes, meanwhile, has rejoined. And did Jeroen tell us who was aboard the car?
Yes, he did. He said it was Abdulaziz Al Faisal.
Right, still got Jeroen's name against it. But that's rejoined down in 10th position now.
So the headlines from the last hour then: Ram Racing with Johnny Molen in an accident with Keita Sauer in the number 17, the remaining Aston Martin, the Kraft Racing AMR car. That car itself having to swerve to avoid a slower car, perhaps even having contact itself, and Johnny Molen coming into what doesn't look to be particularly heavy contact, but it's just at the wrong part of the car. It seems to have hauled the radiator at the front of that GT3 Ram Racing Ferrari, and now down to 12th position and has been in the pits for 25 minutes.
But it feels like longer to the lads working hard on that car at the moment.
I think you can probably say that.
So 320 laps completed by the leader, still lapping very quickly. 2:03s for the lead two cars at the moment. And they are, to remind listeners, it's a Porsche 1-2 all of a sudden. It's the number 4 Thaktec car from the number 20 Stadler Motorsport car. Sebastian Asch leads Rolf Ineiken.
Bill Auberlen expect to be on a bit of a tear as far as coming back through in that BM. I'm not counting them out by any stretch of the imagination.
No.
But I am consistently liking the look of the 38 car with Rob Huff at the wheel at the moment. 72 hours, I think we said, of endurance racing in 7 weeks, of which he's about in the middle of at the moment. 25 hours of Thunderhill and 2 24-hour races here and over in Florida.
In fairness, he won't be driving for all of it.
Oh, but even so, you're around for it.
You are indeed.
Right, on the screens at the moment, close competition as ever. As our streaming video continues at www.24hseries.com, down the back straight. And that is very Mercedes-Benz like, isn't it? Going
just
into the coming from a long way back.
That's the 28 Ginetta.
That is the Ginetta back out, you are right. Car's been looking great when it's rolling.
Isn't it just? And at least one of its woes not self-inflicted. And we want to see that car rising up the order, please, for all sorts of reasons.
Thierry Perrier in the pit lane in the third place AM car, 13th overall, and that's not scheduled either, Bruce Jones.
No, you were just talking about streaming. They've got streaming of a different sort. They've left a big pool of everything on the pit lane. Pit apron, the left corner has clearly had contact, quite big contact with something, and all is not right. That's been pushed right to the rear of the garage, and now they're removing parts from the car before they start an ad hoc rebuild. So yes, just as it's thinning out on the track, there's still possible to have even your own problem, or worse than that, join up in someone else's. So car 18, Nivisium Racing Ferrari, third, as you said, in Pro-Am, but sadly we'll be going backwards now.
And we'll be losing that place very quickly, because really quite close behind now is the second of the Dragon Racing cars, the 888 car, with Mohamed Jawah about to take that third position in class on 13th overall. And then you've got John Dillon is next up in that's the second Spirit of Race car, isn't it? I think it is second Spirit of Race car.
Joe Taylor said there was been a little dunk, he saw a little shunt at 86 car is off at turn 13, and that is a right rear suspension issue.
Oh dear.
And this is the Golf.
This is the Polish Golf, isn't it?
Yeah. And I am not a suspension expert, but that isn't right.
No.
Now, has he got that into the pit lane? Or is that not far enough round? Where is he? Yeah, that is exactly where he is, going into the pit lane, coming out at 15. And Paul Dunk spotted an incident down at turn 1 a moment or two ago, which Joe Taylor has managed to isolate and watch back. I do like the technology that our listeners are employing. He says it was a hatchback getting hit by a GT car that then got picked up by another GT car, and all three continued. Now, how long ago was that?
No, my guess is we're probably looking at the hatchback.
Was one of the, I would think number 18 was one of the cars that hit it. Let's have a look, see if we can do a colour match on the oh yes, I got my swatches. Well, the exhausts are hanging off the bottom. That's unfortunate. Oh yes, that's what we call tow out, I'm afraid. So yes, right rear wheel is at about 10-15 degrees out of true, unfortunately.
Oh dear.
And that's just the sort of car, a Golf, that you will just run and run and run and just try and keep out of trouble. And clearly the running part worked, but the keeping out of trouble part did not. Certainly Foch Racing by Lucas Motorsport, so the sort of Polish element there, in trouble there, the VW Golf. Number 86, parked up in the garage.
Well, Kevin Ernst points us towards the car in position 40 at the moment, 61 BMW M3 46 Sorg Rennsport, completely stock and third place in its class at the moment in P30. That's the way to go motor racing.
Isn't it just? And another significant change for us, I think, is that there's been a change for third position in SP2 again, because the number 126, the much delayed RJN 370Z, has just gone by again. The Renault Megane, courtesy of another long stop for the Silhouette Racer.
Yes, the Renault Megane that has the Nissan engine in the back of it, as Darren Fox was very eager to point out.
Sorry, I've been very quiet for a minute, but
No,
I've been
doing a lot of calculations there.
Yes, I've been incorporating the Stadler Motorsport entry into all of the spreadsheets that I've got. As I've got all this information, I can actually kind of backtrack a lot better than I've ever been able to before. So thanks a lot to Harold for providing that one, because that is a really valuable piece of information. Lucky we talked over dinner. And what I've now picked up, you may have already said this, is that number 76 Bill Oberlin is back in the garage.
Yes.
Okay, you've just picked it up, because
Yes.
I had as well. It's been in the garage already.
4 minutes.
For 4 minutes. And so the problems for the BMW seem to be worsening, and that's going to be good for Mercedes, Corvette, and, dare I say it, the number 88 Dragon Speed, Dragon Racing car, which Stewie Hall is leading the A6 AM class with. And so
I've still got my eye, Paul, on that 458 car.
The 458 that's got a number 458.
Correct, because that has been creeping up the order really rather remarkably. It was around the middle to lower part of the top 10 in the early laps of the race. Dropped back a bit with a bit of a problem. Then we had a storming drive back through the teens, if you like, from Pierre Caffer. And again, it's making progress now, mainly, well, it's going reasonably quickly, but mainly because of the attrition we're seeing ahead of it. But Marco Seefried at the moment at the wheel of that car, and is showing some pace again, up to 7th position. So at the moment we've got Porsche, BMW about to drop back again, I'm afraid. Mercedes, Corvette, then 2 Ferraris at the top 7.
You know, when I said I can't see all of the top 10 falling out, I may have to eat my words here. Well, this is all of a sudden that attrition rate that we were bragging so much about recently, and the...
Well, joking aside, guys.
Turn 14, people. Now, you see, this is interesting. Who was it who said getting out of the car? I think it was... I can't remember. Somebody got out of the car and said people aren't concentrating at this time of night. And you can see that now, because people just aren't using their mirrors as they're turning in. And the BMW in the garage, this is the 76 car. Bruce is there.
Yeah, well, they're having to get to the heart of the matter. They've just removed the floor, the sort of underfloor from the rear of that BMW Z4, and they're working away on the... trying to see what they're doing. If it's... I'm wondering if it's hit something that's just lying in the track. They're working on the right rear suspension at the moment.
If you turn around and look, where are you?
Actually, I'm right in front of their garage. I'm turning around, yes.
Look at the VW Golf. That's just come in, the 127,
yeah.
And that's been a class-leading car. It's now in 2nd place, and that's got damage on the left front.
I know, and that VW Golf, the other one that came in at the other end of the pit lane, I was just looking at, the Lucas Motorsport with 4 car. That was if it was a hit on the back, it was an absolutely dead central hit, which is actually not what we normally find, particularly in the middle of the night. You normally get a bash to one side or the other, because it was equally damaged on either side. It just been hit square on the rear. But there is no bodywork damage that I can see on the 76 BMW. It's all underneath. They're now pulling...
I think they're working on the rear axle, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. It's just a question of seeing what they were doing. They were pulling away some of the exhaust to get underneath, but it is rear axle. I just wonder what's going on out there.
Well, the question, I guess, is, Bruce,
the alternator driven off the rear axle.
Was that puncture cause or effect?
Well, entirely. This is very so.
Well, it had a bend rim.
Problem. We heard Jeroen Bleekemolen talking about a similar sort of problem with number 2. All this mysterious handling. I think I don't know. I don't know how much rubber build-up there is out on the track, and how many sort of great balls and marbles there are lying around, and how that can affect things. I'll try and get a BMW driver word, and I'll get back to you.
I am always amazed at how large the lumps of rubber that do build up around racetracks are.
Can I just mention there's a set of discs out for that car as well on the left-hand side of the car as it's nosed in.
There's a point that you could say they might as well.
Of the Z4.
Yes, the 7. I think they are actually going to do a scheduled change whilst whatever they're doing on the rear axle. There's was that just under the left rear? Oh, that's a mechanic's leg. Sorry, don't worry, he's just moved. I was thinking that's a strange shape to be hanging down from there.
Second place one who was in the pits.
Stadler Motorsport car number 20, Rolf Ineiken, into the pits in Boxen. And he is having a scheduled pit stop. That car is now up to 11 stops for number 20, and now I've caught up with that car. I can tell you that it has done on that particular stint 34 laps.
It's gone straight into fuel. Or did it stop at its box? It must have stopped at its box. I scanned the pit lane, couldn't see it. Bruce?
Answers from 76, rear toe link. I said, did it hit something? Meaning we've been talking about those big balls, and he went, yes, a Ferrari. So I guess that must be number 18, the one we saw with the front damage, the Vision Racing Ferrari that was leaking so heavily in the pit lane. So it's nothing to do with the puncture from earlier on, and unfortunately we're suddenly having a bit of a black period in the night, quite a lot happening.
Should mention, by the way, that the Johnny Molan Ram Racing car, after 37, nearly 38 minutes, is still in its pit box. The Thierry Perrier number 18 car has spent 15 minutes, nearly 14 minutes rather, in its pit box, and it's already 11 minutes for Bill Oberlin's 76 car. Also, an issue for the 49 Porsche, the Carlos Rivas 997. That's been running in the top 3 at times, the 49 car. That's been in the pits for 6 minutes now. And the 127 has spun at turn number 7. That's the Golf again, isn't it?
That's the Golf. It just must have just done that on its outlap. It's shown still.
It's shown as still in the fueling, so that's clever.
Can I just offer a thought here, gentlemen?
Please do.
Well, the recovering number 1 Mercedes is already up to 16th position, and if it makes up a further lap, will be in 13th position. It's not all over for that car.
No, it is.
It's over. I think the best it can hope for is a top 6.
I would tend to agree.
Yeah.
But this is pretty extraordinary attrition at the moment.
I agree with that. I said at the time it would go for top 10, or the best it could hope for was top 6.
Yeah.
But,
I think you're probably right.
I think it's going to need
something even more extraordinary.
Yeah, quite so.
Well, if you accept that the 5th place car, which is the A6 ARM leader with Stuart Hall at the wheel, 105.1 for him last time around, well done. As the lap 57 Honda is parked at the side of the roads. Oh, that is a shame, because that car's been leading its class pretty much from the off.
Yeah.
I've seen these guys running all sorts of things in the past, including, I think, a Mini or 2 over the years. Now, where is that? Looks to me like the exit of turn 14, so I should be able to see that.
It's turn 14, you're exactly right, John.
From here, but I can't see it on the circuit. It must just be behind the dip there. But that is where it is, I'm sure. So he should be able to get recovered from that point. Now, if you accept that Stuart Hall, as I say, in the 88 car leading arm, doing his 205.7 rather, which is spot on what he needs to be doing. You know, he's on 321 laps at the moment, whereas Burnt is on 312.
Yep.
Now, you know, it's 9 laps. It's 18 minutes.
At 5 seconds a lap that he could potentially make up on him.
Yes, but there are cars that have got to fall out for him to do that.
No, I tend to agree with you.
And 2 or 3 cars, yes, but 10 cars? Nah, it's not going to happen. Hindhaugh says it's not going to happen. Confidently.
Place your bets now.
So what you think he'll get to the podium, or do you think top 6?
I think top 6 is perfectly realistic at this stage, with a fired-up crew.
It's got to be clean as a whistle from now on.
Absolutely does.
And it's got to have help.
And one would expect it to be clean as a whistle, because lots of people were saying it would be clean as a whistle.
Yeah.
But I mean, this is the beauty of watching endurance racing, because in a way this is going back to old-fashioned endurance racing, when there is doubt about reliability, and if 2 Black Falcon Mercedes can have the kind of problems that they've had, then anybody can have problems. And whoever gets to the flag, I mean, you can say this now, it's going to be a memorable and a remarkable victory for whoever it is, because there's just so much happening, and you've got to stay so much on top of your game throughout the race.
14 minutes now for the 76 Bill Auberland car, as in comes the attempt to Porsche number 99.
That car well down after problems, 28th position. But now 13th in the A6 Pro.
And as
that's 57 car.
57 gets towed in, Bruce could give us a Nissan update.
I can indeed. Hopefully we'll get words with the man himself. Karun Chandok has just climbed out of that. I didn't see who's got in, unfortunately, because I was just legging it down from Ram Racing, where the Moser's coming with a rear left puncture and is holding the Chevrolet up as it goes down the pit lane. But the Moser, of course, is in the final garage, so it's going to delay it the whole way down. No, he's managed to pull over enough. But that's thumping along the yellow and black Mosler 136. Left rear puncture for that. We think about between 5 and 10 minutes before Ram Racing returns. Yeah, sorry, 15, 5 and 10 minutes, I meant. Yeah, 15 more. Thank you very much.
Sorry, Bruce. Missed what you said there, because I'd fired the jingle off. Go on.
What I was saying was it might be between 5 and 10 minutes for the Ram Racing Ferrari to return, and I was just grabbed and told, add those together, it's 5 and 10 minutes, so 15 more minutes. But they had quite a long job list there after the contact when Johnny Mowlem was out on the track leading the race, so it was looking so good, and then pairing all the way back. So I'm going down to Porsche World now to see how number 4 and number 20 are getting on, obviously first and second in the race.
Ten and a half hours to go in the 24 hours of Dubai, and another car coming to a halt out on the circuit, and trying to work out where that is on the troll. He's facing the wrong direction. He's not just come to a halt, and that looks to me like the...
Can I offer you 164?
I'll take 164, definitely.
Ginetta.
Speedworks Motorsports, Ginetta.
I'll take that, absolutely. But where is he on the track, Paul?
In Sector 2.
Coming out of...
Can't offer you any more than that, I'm afraid.
Coming out of... turn 10, maybe? No.
Sector 2 could take him all the way around to the turn, 12, up at the top as well.
Right, he's rolling again now. Let's pick him up and see where... yes, he was coming out of turn 10.
So the 164 car?
Yeah.
It's Will Scully aboard the car. Was overtaken by the 28 LNT.
Now, we just saw the 57 coming in on the back of a tow rope, and Bruce has more.
It has the same rear suspension setup as that VW Golf had a short while ago. It's been clearly hit something with the right rear, and it was just so that the poor driver, I don't know who it was because I'm not looking at a screen at the moment, was so agitated his crew just weren't pushing the car in fast enough. I thought he was going to explode in the cockpit, hands waving all over the place, thumping the steering wheel. Anyhow, they've got it back, they've got the rear end jacked up. One of the Japanese driver, Junichi Umimoto, has jumped on board, but I think he'll be sitting with his nose down for some while they fix the tail of that car. So the lap 57 racing team Honda Civic Coupe, sort of doing a reverse wheelie at the moment.
and about to lose the class lead, of course, with that repair. They've got about 2.5 laps to the good. We mentioned, Bruce, the Corvette was stuck behind the Mosler. I was just saying to Paul that the car, I think they expected it at the garage, didn't they?
No, well, I don't think they did, actually. I think Nicky Pastorelli was at the wheel, and he was hoping to come in and do a quick fuel-only pit stop, double stinting the tyres, and he had to follow the Mosler down the pit lane at a speed, well, you saw it, Bruce, considerably slower than the speed limit of 40 kilometres per hour. And Nicky, certainly the star driver of that car, could see time that he'd earned on the racetrack slipping away from him. He's been refueled, he's on his way again now, but the battle that he's having with the A6 AM leader, Stuart Hall, has been somewhat put into jeopardy. Car still running in 5th place overall, but there's a close bunch of cars in that sort of bottom half of the top 6.
But Stuart Hall now up to 4th position in the GT leading car.
Hello to Shea Adam, who's listening in Florida. Already her birthday here today. It's 3:31 in the morning. About to become her birthday in the UK. And she'll have her own birthday in a little while. A couple
Just
of people
tell her to wait.
Yes, I know. Kids of today, got no patience. A couple of people asking about fastest time of the race. That's dead easy to do. That is the Nicky Pastorelli 1:59.5 that was done very early on in the race when they was having that epic battle with the number 1 of Bernd Schneider, and still those two are the only 2 cars below 2 minutes. Good news for BMW fans, Bruce.
Yeah, car 76 has rejoined, and I think he finally flicked his headlights on as he got up the rise coming out of the pits. I was a bit worried he was going out for very much a night's lap, but yes, so they replaced the rear toe link, and as you spotted, they had the discs out to do at the same time, well, while they were in. But yeah, just another of the catalogue of problems that seems to be hitting everybody in this sort of 2-3 hour period in the middle of the night here in Dubai. And just for those of you in colder climes, it's even at this time of night, just on the shirt sleeves weather, so it's not a bad place to come in January.
Hello to C. Lando, saying first time on Twitter. Welcome along to the Twitterverse. What's the update on the Viper and what problems did it have? How long have you got? The Viper made a steady start, led the class. It had an oil leak early on.
Even before that, it joined the grid late with a loose engine mount. Then it was an oil leak, which they initially diagnosed as a brake problem, but it wasn't. But they were in for a long time with that.
Spilling oil onto the rear wheels.
I think, was it gear linkage?
Gear selection issues, definitely.
And it has had a few catalogue of woes, but it's still running second in that class, courtesy, that's said, principally of its rather greater pace. It's really a GT3 car, albeit an older spec one.
GT1 car?
No, this is GT3.
Sorry, GT3 car.
GT3 car that was reclassified during practice and qualifying into SP2. So now that splits the 2 Nissans, the GT4 spec Nissans, the 1-2-3 car, 33rd position overall, currently in the hands of Florian Strauss, 287 laps. The 2nd position in the class is held by the Viper, which is on pit lane at the moment. So I think it's just a regular stop for the number 12 car, but that car on 263 laps. So there's 20 laps to the good and more for the lead Nissan, and then the 3rd position in class is the 2nd of the Team RJN Nissan 370Zs, and it is Tor Graves at the wheel of that car. And Tor, someone we've been used to seeing for most of this season at least in a Nissan engined car, but a very different one, an Oreca, an MP2 prototype for the Delta ADR team in the World Endurance Championship.
Whisper this, Rob Huff up in the 3rd place, and Stuart Hall in the best of the AM cars up into 4th. Whisper it.
2 world champions together.
Yep. We believe we have 4 world champions in the race. Rob Huff and Stuart Hall are 2 of them. Gian-Marino Bruni
3, and Mark Bassing.
Mark Bassing is the reigning
great
GT1.
spot, by the way. Yeah.
It took 10 hours, 8 hours of the race.
And he will be the reigning GT1 world champion for quite a long time.
Yes. A bit of a battle going on between the 10 and the 66 there. Sort of 6 seconds apart in 14th and 15th, although it looks like Ollie Webb in the Lamborghini is pulling away. There's a car that's quietly gone about its business after having a somewhat inauspicious start the week when it did a good impression of a James Bond stunt car, blowing a whole load of white oil smoke or something out the back.
And those two cars are staying nice and neatly together just in time, in a couple of 3 laps' time, for Bernd Schneider to blow through into what will become 14th position, 16th at the moment for the #1 Mercedes-Benz. And for anybody that missed the dramas of earlier this evening, the #1 car in electrical trouble, which dropped it from a convincing lead to outside the top 20.
A couple of laps it had, and then people got back on the lap. It's interesting, isn't it, how quickly this can change. And we've been talking about how you've got to get your head into the shorter laps here.
Very much so, yeah. It helps actually being able to see the whole circuit.
Yes,
you don't get the feeling that the cars have gone off anywhere different. They're just sitting in front of you, so it kind of helps you with a short circuit. Number 76, the Bill Oberlin BMW, has headed off up the pit lane. They refueled it, but that obviously didn't take very long because they refueled it the last time as well. But that car back in the race then, the BMW from the team Schubert, and he is down outside the top 10 now, but with every prospect of improving his place. The other car, which I suspect is going to be pit-bound within the next, I'll say 5 laps, is the race leader, number 4, Sebastian Asch, will be due in, as I say, could be within the next 5 laps, depending how their strategy is. If they're going to double stint the tyres, then I'll expect him to come in sooner. If they're going to single stint the tyres, then they'll leave it out a little bit longer, use up more of the fuel, use up more of the tyres, obviously, and then they'll do a driver change when they bring him in at the end of the stint. The car having been taken over by Sebastian Asch, remember, at its last pit stop when Connor De Phillippi handed it over to him. So the race leader probably will have a little bit longer in the lead, but such is his lead that even after a pit stop, he'll be able to come back out with the lead still intact.
Bruce Jones.
Well, not long ago, of course, 4 was fighting for the lead with 76, the Schubert Motorsport BMW. We knew that then came into the pits and had to have a toe link replaced. But I just came out of a garage, and I'm fairly sure, having seen it drive out of the pits about 3 minutes before, it was coming past me again.
Yeah.
I think it must have just come in for a little inspection to check that all is right.
That's what I thought.
And, yeah, so it was in and through. No refueling either time. But I'll leave that for Paul to add to his records of pit stops and drivers. Anyhow, down at my end of the pit lane, I'm down by pit exit. I've got Dan Norris-Jones doing his warm-up. I guess in about the next 10 minutes he will be taking over the number 88 Ferrari that's going so well, the dominant leader in the Pro-Am class.
Yeah, it is showing that 76 car in 12th position, back on its outlap again, and the stint clock has been reset. And that's a 23-minute lap followed by a 4-minute lap for Bill Oberlin. So taking no chances with the issue of that car.
And that should bring it up to 14 stops altogether. Is that what the screen tells me?
It does indeed.
Great. Okay.
So that was a secondary stop as Jens Richter brings the 27 BMW, the Valkenhorst car, into the pit lane from 7th position. And that means the Mercedes-Benz number 2 with Abdulaziz Al Faisal will go up a position, and possibly Duncan Heisman as well. Amazing, gentlemen, how in the last, 3 or 4 hours, the number 88 Dragon Speed Ferrari, which was swapping and changing lead in the A6 ARM class, the GT3 ARM class, which is worth looking at. We're swapping and changing with the 19 car, and in that time, the last couple of stints each by Rob Huff and Stuart Hall, it has pulled away conclusively from the field.
It has. I think it's profited from others' misfortune in terms of its race position.
Rob Huff in the pits, by the way.
Absolutely.
Fourth.
But in terms of the relative position, it's not that much different, John. It's still that 2 laps one way or the other that we've really seen. There might be an additional lap in there somewhere over the number 19 car, but it's not dramatically further away from the number 19 car than it ever has been. What's happened is that they've just got in amongst the pro cars.
Yeah, that's true.
And in terms of overall position, then things have changed there. It's all getting pretty tight, actually, the lower end of that top 10. If you look there from Jens Richter, who's currently fueling and is about to lose 7th position, but 7 seconds behind that car is the number 2 Mercedes-Benz with Abdelaziz Bentekla Al-Faisal at the wheel of that car. Duncan Huisman in the second-placed AM car we're talking about is just, 9 seconds back from that car. And just over a minute shy of that is Kitasawa in the surviving Kraft AMR V12 Vantage GT3. So, it's not going to take much, as we've got another car going into the garage there. What was that? A car just being shown in.
Not sure. But I've got a team in the pit lane. No, they're just clearing up after what looks to be a more standard pit stop.
I'm wondering if that was the 33 car. I think it was. That's
the third place 997 category
It's not going to be that
Porsche.
because that's been in the pits for 10 minutes, so it's not that.
In comes the 888 Mohamed Jawa driven Ferrari, third place in A6 AM. In the classes, by the way, it's the 42997 now that leads its category for Porsches. And the 42 car is the Force Racing by Lucas Motorsport, the Polish entered car, the 3.8. Can't afford to be complacent, has just over a lap's lead on the number 44 Arthur Davigus driven similar car. Let's go down to Bruce for an update and some better news from the number 30 garage.
Yeah, well, I'm just standing down at Dragon Racing, watching 888 have its pit stop and waiting for Dan Norris-Jones to take over number 88 when Stuart Hall brings that in from 4th overall. But pleased to report the car that was leading just around an hour or so ago, which is the Ram Racing Ferrari, is back in the race. And in fact, they were slightly faster than they reckoned in getting that car turned around, leading until it had contact out on the circuit. One of many cars to do so. But 30, the chrome-coloured Ferrari, back into the race. Will be Matt Griffin on board.
Thank you, Bruce. Well, that's good news, but it's dropped down to 21st position, Graham. And
very nearly an hour in the pits, John.
Yeah, and that is 36, 25 laps off the lead. So, yeah, 50-odd minutes in terms of time.
20... No, you're right. No. Yes, you're right, 25 laps, yes. And 13 laps back from the number 1 car, which we were talking about a little while ago, which has already got in amongst those 2 squabbling cars in the middle order. It's up into 15th position now, and chasing down Ollie Webb. It's been going relatively quickly in that Lamborghini of late. So a couple of fastest laps of that car.
Yes, I think it's realistic to suppose that Schneider can get himself into the top 10, well, certainly by daybreak, bearing in mind that that's still 4 hours away.
And 4 laps away in terms of the distance it's going to make up.
Yeah, but I think beyond that, obviously, the progress gets slower the further up the field you get. But I mean, when Nick spoke to Bernd about the whole problem, you got the feeling that you don't give up, and Bernd Schneider hasn't become the man he is today by giving up on races like this. Even when hopes of victory may have slipped away, you still want to just get the car to the finish and wring its neck for not getting you onto the top step of the podium.
And other reasons too, of course. This is the Team Abu Dhabi car, and the car is actually on pit lane right now. There's local pride at stake here for that team. They are, of course, the reigning champions and two-time champions. They would have been on a hat-trick this weekend. And not least, of course, that they're here and paying tribute to their absent friend and ours too, Sean Edwards, who was part of that squad for the last 2 years.
Absolutely. Tyres being changed, driver also being changed. So Bernd Schneider out of the car. And getting into it, I'm guessing they're going to have to put Khaled Al-Kibaizi behind the wheel, although Khaled often doesn't do the nighttime laps. So
unless Simonson is going to get back in.
Andreas Simonson's going back out again. Anyway, the car is on its way up the pit lane. It takes a little while to get used to the fact that you can change two wheels at a time. You kind of get into this habit of expecting them to go around and do this elaborate dance as they do in WEC racing, but being able to change two wheels at a time actually means that the whole pit stop is much quicker, and the car heads off up to the fueling station before you really expect it to.
Back to the lead. 338 laps now under the wheels of the number 4 car, and Sebastian Ash will be presumably Paul with an hour and 5 minutes under his wheels on this stint, be not far away from his next scheduled stop.
Yes, absolutely. I mentioned however many laps ago it was that it would be about 5 laps until he came in, depending on the strategy. As in the cooler conditions we've got, quite a few of the cars are double stinting, although it's noticeable that Mercedes are not double stinting their tyres, and I suspect that Porsche won't either. Given that they do have the whole stint, they might go up to a slightly longer one. The car currently is number 4. Yeah, it's 300 and it's on its 32nd lap at the moment of the stint.
And has laps in hand now over the number 20 car, the Stadler car.
Yeah, 3 and a bit laps in hand.
And not a dissimilar gap, actually, back from the Stadler car to Rob Huff at the moment in the 38 car.
Although Rob has the advantage of being the most recent pit caller, so he'll gain that back. He's got some 6 laps more fuel than the Stadler Motorsport Porsche number 20 has. Rolf Ineichen, I'm not sure that is Rolf Ineichen, is it? Because I think he's been, I think he was the driver who was being shown at the last pit stop, but we haven't heard anything to the contrary, so it may well be that Rolf Ineichen has done a double stint.
And we're going to very soon have a new 5th place car, because Stuart Hall has brought the 88 Dragon Racing car in the lead, and it will stay in the lead, I believe, in A6am. And that position, 4th overall, when he brought the car down pit lane. He'll be delighted and elated with that. 4th overall will be inherited by Nicky Pastorelli, flying along still in the number 21 Corvette.
Darrell O'Young just coming out the pits in the 17 Aston Martin. That car 11 laps off the lead. Starting to see some big gaps here now. Nicky Pastorelli will go past the 88 car that Stuart Hall has just vacated and walked straight into the welcoming arms of Bruce Jones.
Actually, I had to go and find Stuart. He ran away. He was so chuffed with his drive. But Stuart bringing number 88 Ferrari in 4th place, way out front in Pro-Am. Great drive.
I wouldn't say chuffed. There's a long way to go. We're just trying to, Barfi and I are trying to do a couple of stints through the night, and then hand it over to Buzz and Dan in a little while. unfortunately. Things are going our way at the moment, but can all change extremely quickly. So, fingers crossed.
Not for a world champion, surely.
Oh, I don't know about that, you know. I've had the fair share of ups and downs in my career. I know how it can all go wrong as quick as that. So, you know, we're just trying to do our jobs, not get ahead of ourselves. And hopefully Lady Luck is on our side, and we keep going and get some sort of result.
Well, what are the conditions like out there? Because a lot of cars are coming in with problems, seemingly having hit things. Are there big balls of rubber out there, or is it just other cars going for rotation?
To start with, a car launched itself, and there was oil everywhere. So it was really hairy to start with, and that went away. As always with Dubai, with such a diverse amount of cars out there, it's really difficult with the traffic. But you just got to do the best you can. You've got to try and be as aggressive as you can, but not sort of step over the line. You know, it's great fun. So we'll see what happens.
All right, that's Stuart Hall. I let him go and have a rest now, but it was certainly a very fine drive indeed. Now the number 4 Porsche's pulled in alongside, and
it's the leader.
Really smoking hard through the vents around the front wheels, so the brakes have been worked very hard indeed. And in fact, they're going for a disc change.
That is the leader.
That is the leader for a disc change. Sorry, one mechanic was almost sitting on his disc. But, oh, yeah, he's got the hot hands. Oh, yes, he's burned his fingers already.
Meantime, Bruce out on the circuit, not troubling the sharp end of the field, but there's being talked about. The number 28, Ginetta, has stopped at turn number 9. That is exactly where it stopped the last time, halfway down the back straight, and has been recovered by a tow truck. In the meantime, Sebastian Ash and the number 4 car still in the pit lane, getting its brakes changed.
Yeah, however fast they do it, it never looks fast, does it? They always seem to stick on. The mechanics always burn their fingers, and not surprising. I can't remember what temperatures they run to. I'm sure Paul, or in fact you will know, John.
It's a million.
It's just over a million, isn't it? A million plus VAT. But, yeah, they're working quite hard. But at this stage in the race, the cars look suitably as though they've been in a race. Not just battered panels, but it's just they are so spattered. And the amount of rubber that must be down on the track, the way it's sprayed all up the side of all of the cars when they come in, shows up more, obviously, on a car that's mainly white, like the FAC Autotech Porsche number 4 that's sitting here. The white with the sort of red splodges. Sorry, artfully designed splodges on its bonnet and front wings. But yes, Sebastian Ash sitting on board there. Just, well, what can you do as a driver? You just got to sit, wait for it to be changed. But still, the discs, I think they've nearly completed, because the wheels are being pulled into place so they can put them on the car. But it'll be a few minutes yet. So there you go. Number 4 was in the lead, sitting still in the pits.
Already been in there for the better part of 3 minutes, but did have almost 3 laps on Rolf Nation.
It's 3.5 laps. Paul was telling us just a minute or two ago, John. Well, you're just taking a moment away, but that's going to be eaten up. A good proportion of that as the 28 car is about to get back to pit lane.
And Bruce down in the pit lane.
Well, I think there might have been an accident for 888, because in the Dragon Racing garage, or it might be 88, I just heard them run in and go, insert expletive, he's hit the wall. So I don't know if it's 88 or if it's...
88 is out on the track.
OK, it's 88 then.
Having just gone out on its...
Stuart.
No, Stuart got out. It hasn't changed over yet. Stuart Hall was talking to us, so it can't have been Stuart in the 88. And it has been passed. I think this is the leader. Yeah. I think this is the leader out there on the circuit somewhere in A6 Am. Now, he's in the first sector somewhere. And my favourite would be, there it is, I think I can see it, just out of turn 1. There's a car with the green flash up the A-pillar, and I'm pretty certain that's how that Ferrari was adorned.
I think we put Dan Norris-Jones into it, didn't we?
Stuart's still accredited with being in the car, but definitely Dan Norris-Jones got in.
I thought you told us that, Bruce. Yes, thank you very much.
And that would appear to me to be on the exit of turn number 1, 2 drivers left. It's sitting there with lights on, dropping down at the moment. You see it over there, Graham, just beyond the marshal's point. There is a yellow flag waving at that point. Now, he's on the wrong side of the track to be recovered. but he's still got his lights on. What we can't tell, of course, is what sort of damage might be done by these by the car. The likelihood is, can we see from the onboard of one of the cars, maybe? Now, nope, still sitting there, still yellows. He can get dragged back through the link road if they can get somebody to him. The issue is, can they get somebody to him? And
he's on the outside, isn't he?
Yeah, that is the problem. He's on, and it's a live racetrack at the moment. Now, they'll be talking to him on the telephone, of course. Just waiting to hear further news from Bruce. Daniela Schmidt will be the next car to go by him.
It is
a code 60.
Yeah, I was just seeing the flag being about to be unfurled. But yes, when you're in a garage and suddenly people go from they've just completed 2 tyre stops on both of the cars, and then suddenly there's someone sprinting across the garage and they've heard something you haven't, but hearing the words, he's hit the wall, weren't encouraging, it must be said. And now Stuart Hall just had his hands on his head, sort of in despair. What was it, 2 minutes ago, 3 minutes ago, we were talking to him, and he was quietly confident, said, but anything happened.
But he did recognise that there was still a long way to go in the race, Bruce. So, I mean, this is it. When you've got experience, as someone like Stuart Hall has, of long-distance racing, no matter whether you're at Le Mans, whether you're at Dubai, whether you're at the Nürburgring, whether you're at Snetterton, it can come and bite you.
Did Martin Ragginger get out of the pits just before the code 60 was called?
I think we did. I think
we saw him.
We saw him on track. I think as we saw the screens go purple. I think he just did it.
Okay, I can find out, but it might take a while.
Tow vehicle is right with the... oh, it's a flatbed.
Oh.
It's a rollback that is there. The lights are off on what we presume is the 88 Dragon Speed car that was leading. No, it's a tow vehicle. I'll take that back. I can still just see the Ferrari's lights. Now, is he under tow? There's now 3 vehicles have pulled up next to him. None of them shining a light on him, which is rather annoying, because what I can't see is any idea of what the damage might be. And there is a rollback there.
He has lost the lead in the class already. Duncan Huisman now leads in the number 19.
And so the pendulum swings again.
Just a little bit more lights we could do with there, couldn't we?
Well, yeah, if the intervention vehicle had shone its lights on it. I suppose that's not their first priority pulling up to make sure that the TV cameras have got enough light to see what's going on. So this is our 9th code 60. And
we've had now we've had just over 2.5 hours.
Wow.
Altogether. But even so, 2.5 out of what we're practically on 14 hours into the race now. It's nearly 4 o'clock in the morning. And
I wish you hadn't said that.
It's
because
nearly 4 o'clock in the morning.
Because I felt great till that point.
Oh, sorry. Well, somewhere in the world, it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah.
And by the look of it, we're expecting a Corvette in, are we? No, it's not the wrong pit garage. It's the one next to them.
Bill Oberlin is in with the recovering Schubert BMW. That didn't quite get itself into the top 10, but is making a fuel-only stop, I do believe. Yes, it did. It went straight past its own garage. So I think the wise money is that if you're at a point where it makes sense to take on fuel, then under purple is a good time to do it. And if you're not in the top 5, then it's a very good time to do it. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cars in the pit lane at the moment who are all of one mind.
It's Paul Truswell. We've got Daily Sports Car editor Graham Goodwin alongside us here. You're listening to RadioLeMans.com, and we're powered by Nissan. As into the pits comes the 6th place car. That's smart because they don't get any penalties there. That is the number 2 Mercedes-Benz. Take a breath. We'll be back in just a moment's time. And our 9th full course caution, code 60 flags are out. The purple reigns once again here at Dubai Autodrome. And the bad news is that it is another class leader, Graham Goodwin, that has struck trouble out there.
It was indeed. It was the number 88 car, and we think it was Dan Norris-Jones just rejoined the race after Stuart Hall had taken that car up as high as 4th position overall. The new class leader is on pit lane at the moment, the number 19 GDL Mercedes-Benz. And this is a position I don't think they'd have expected to be in this early after the position we had there. As I look just across to your left, John, and the number 126 Nissan has been wheeled back into the garage, not for the first or even the second time this evening. That is the 3rd position car in its class.
The good news for its teammate is that Florian Strauss has done his pit stop and gone to the fuel stop, so that was clearly a little more routine for the 123 RJN Motorsports Nissan GT Academy car.
And we mentioned just before that little break that Abdulaziz bin Turkel Al Faisal was on pit lane in the number 2 Mercedes-Benz, the leading of the 2 Black Falcon cars. That car took a 30-second penalty, stop-go penalty on its way in, but has now gone through its routine driver change. Yes, driver change. There was a driver change. It was Abdulaziz getting in it, and tyres, and is now fueling as well. We're pretty presently, I think, going to have that Ferrari on the flatbed. They seem to be struggling a bit with it, which is doesn't bode well, does it?
No, and I don't think they're putting it on the flatbed, if I'm honest. I think it's just sitting behind the flatbed at the moment. In comes the Attempto Racing Porsche number 66. No, scratch that. Up to fuel goes the Attempto Racing Porsche number 66. Normally, if you can get it on the flatbed, you do it. As quickly as possible. Now the rollback is going down to the ground, and not sure about this. It's a very long way away, and that's very nicely pulled focus on the camera we're watching up. Meantime, 121 Seat going down the front straight. Now it might be interesting to see what we can see out the front of this as he goes down towards turn number 1. This is the Red Camel Jordans.NL Seat diesel. And comes over the top of the brow, heads down towards turn number 1. A number of people taking the opportunity. In fact, pretty much everybody outside the top 5 who are in the top 20 have piled into the pit lane. Flatbed's been taken away, Graham. That's not good news.
I think that's a very bent Ferrari indeed.
And by that, you don't mean one that's outside the rules, clearly.
No. Not helped, I don't think, the look by the... is that the part of the lighting that sits on the panel?
Let's have a...
We're looking at there, which is not in the order in which it's designed to be.
Sometimes you get a little bit of... a magnifying of the light effect from the binos as well, particularly when they are very nice quality glass like these fabulously expensive ones you brought out for me.
That's right. Lots of zeros.
And thank you very much to Graham for that. And to St Catherine's Hospice, who were the recipients of £3.50 of our English currency. Spend it wisely.
I can't really see it.
Just don't like the look of that at the moment. I think that could be game over, you know, for that car. Certainly. And the team manager of number 50 has been asked to report to the race director. And
that's not a number that rings bells.
50 is the Speed Lover 2 Porsche 997 Cup car in the 997 class. It's the car that Boris de Richebourg drives, amongst others.
It's their 48th position at the moment.
Now, does that mean that they have been involved? We haven't had the opportunity to relive the moment, but that was the outlap for Dan.
It was turn 2 on his outlap.
Yes. It's sort of turn 1.5, isn't it, really? Just slightly out of sight of the camera on the outside of turn number 1. So we haven't been able to grab a look at what's happening. Sterling work again by our camera operators to try and give us the best view.
Yeah, the rollback now fully flat. So they're clearly having difficulties, John, getting this car moving. Here we go. It's moving forward towards the rollback.
I've got a feeling there's some frontal damage on that car, Graham, and it may have come to rest pointing out towards the circuit. But it did have 2 headlights, I'll give you that. And Alfred Wallace, who is at CADPeak 24, he said, if you're going to mention any of the top 3 positions, particularly who's in 3rd, please say it very quietly, #commentators curse. Yes, I do feel as though we may have been party to that.
And that is being rolled onto the flatbed now, John.
This is the 88 car we're talking about. Looks like rear damage as well on that car. Well, let's wait till it gets back to the pits. Bruce Jones was down there and brought us that news before we'd even seen it out of the window from the powered by Nissan pit lane. I think the team have resigned themselves, Bruce, to getting a very bent and battered car back at Dragon Speed.
Yeah, they are. In fact, some of the mechanics came running from the back of the garage with some suspension parts, and they were told to take them away to keep the area clear for when the car gets brought back. Probably very wise indeed. They've got to assess exactly what's wrong, but covered by the shroud of darkness, we have absolutely no idea what happened to Dan Norris-Jones. Was that his outlap, or was he just starting his first flying
No,
lap?
it was his outlap. He'd literally just come out of the pit exit, and you go quite deep. I mentioned this actually when I was driving around the circuit the other day, and indeed when we had an onboard. The blend line goes a long way into the braking area. You have to stay right.
Yeah, because I went for a walk around the circuit in the early evening, and I thought, gosh, it literally is about a 100-metre board, isn't it?
Yeah.
OK, you're going to be staying hard on the right, but even so, heated battle, a couple of cars coming down, it could be very difficult indeed. But it is a much, much trickier circuit than especially those first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 turns. Fabulous piece of racing tarmac, but clearly something happened to Dan Norris-Jones down there. We will find out.
And braking downhill is always harder than people expect it.
And also, where you're braking there, you're looking at a tower block, aren't you?
Yes.
You're looking at a block of apartments, that building, that whole long complex, which is, I gather, being built again. That's fantastic news.
Still asking for the team manager of number 50 to go to race control. Paul?
Yeah, just one question which was posed about Martin Ragginger and whether he would be pinged for being in the pits when the purple started. He was clear by about 20 seconds of the pit lane. So Graham managed to rewind his memory correctly in that the orange F went into a green O before the purple bit came on the screen at the bottom.
Colour-coded to the last, mate.
So your visual memory and recall is very good, Graham. Congratulations for that. I did it by adding numbers together and taking other numbers away from each other.
Hello to Joy Bickers, who's listening in California, 4 o'clock in the afternoon over there, or just after, about 10 past. Your fellow Team USA alumni, Connor De Felipe, is doing a cracking job as we remain under purple here at Dubai. Nice to know that you're listening, Joy, and good luck for the season. Martin Ragginger with a considerable lead at the moment in that number 4 car, and we're still waiting to see the flatbed pull away and get some idea of the issues.
Second place car, John, is on pit lane at the moment, so we'll take one of the penalties we've seen doled out with alarming regularity. Just again to remind listeners that under a code 60, the top 5 cars should not pit, or they can pit, but will be penalised, and those penalties do come out to be pretty hefty.
Car 20, a disc change for car 20, so well, I suppose they had to do it at some point, but they're going to do it and take the penalty. But is this not a more expensive time to do it?
No, probably not. It's probably it's smart in a way, because the penalty has a cap, like all the best things. You can't be it's not a penalty; it's a compensation. It can't be more than 2.5 minutes. So, however long they spend in the pits having this work done, then they're only going to pay 2.5 minutes. Now, the 2.5 minutes is calculated as the time they would have lost anyway, or they would have gained anyway, had they have done this pit stop under green conditions. So it's designed to compensate for that. Of course, what it doesn't do is, if you're doing the disc change whilst other cars are going slowly, then it actually works quite well for you. So it's a sensible move from Stadler Motorsport. If they had to do a disc change anyway, it's better to do it whilst the code 60 is applied.
Sorry, Bruce, go ahead.
It appears to be a pad change, not a disc change. They had the kit ready, but seem to have only stuck new pads on.
That's interesting. What's happened to the 57 Integra, asks Ash. Well, that car came to a grinding halt quite some time ago, and I'm not certain we've seen it move.
45 minutes.
Yes, I didn't think we'd seen that car. It came back on the end of a tour up, as I remember.
This was when it was leading Class A2, and it is now, where are we? It's still second in A2.
This is the lap 57, and it also had deranged rear suspension, I'm hearing from Bruce, down in the pit lane as we go green. And Rolf Anishkin in the fuel area. Need to get that car out. Big clump of cars going down the straight in the middle of the circuit. You're listening to Radio Le Mans live from RadioLeMans.com, live from the Dunlop 24 Hours of Dubai. Paul Truswell, Graham Goodwin and John Hindhaugh with you, and if you want to see some pictures to go along with our sound, it's www.24hseries.com, and there's live timing and scoring and such like on there as well, as we are careering towards having just 9 hours to go, 9:47 at the moment.
19 minutes of that code 60 period, which will bring us up to 2 hours and 2 hours and 48 minutes altogether under neutralised conditions.
I think that'll be over 3 hours before the end of this one.
Yes, and I mean, we're not going to get, if you want to start projecting how many laps we're going to get, we're not going to get 600, that's for sure.
No.
I think it's going to be more around the 570 to 580 kind of mark. I don't know if you've got any sweepstakes running in Daily Sports Car, Graham, about guessing how many laps they're going to be, or...
We're all just too tired.
Oh, you're too tired to have any fun.
108 has spun as the race restarted and continued at turn 16.
Come on, guys, cold tyres again. Really.
It is the fabulously named Vanny Finkburner.
Careful how you say that.
Absolutely.
Feeling a bit quiet. A bit tired, rather. Headlights in the dark, racing, engine noises. Trade this for the world, would we, gents?
I think the other thing is there's this kind of sense of anticipation, because there's so much that's happened that it kind of gives you the sense that something else is going to happen.
Yes.
Whereas very often at this time in the night, you've had this kind of clockwork reliability from one car or clockwork reliability from another car, and it kind of lulls you into everything being set in a certain pattern. And yet this race, somehow, you just know it's going to throw something else at you, and you kind of have to keep watching to know what it is. And what is it, John? It's
somebody parked at the side of the road. And that is one of the BMWs, I think.
It's not that's the Racing
Divas car.
Is that the
Divas car? I was just about to say
about to say the Divas car is up as second in class, and I think that's it.
They're being asked to pull off to the right-hand side of the road if you are going to stop, and I think that is the 320D of the number 90 Racing Divas. It has, at the moment, Sandra van der Sloot at the wheel and is in the first sector. Should be able to pick that up because it's got its four-way flashes on. While I have a look around the circuit, let's check back in with Nissan pit lane reporter Bruce Jones.
Yeah, just to say, I took advantage of the code 60 to go and see if the number 88 Ferrari had been brought to the back of the garage, and it had just come into the paddock. Right rear corner, very heavily damaged. It might just be bodywork, it might just be rear suspension that's damaged, but a very sheepish and frankly very upset Dan Norris-Jones just admitted. He said it was cold tyres and went too hard too soon. And it just dropped away, and in fact it's one of the few points on the track where there really isn't much runoff, so it bit far harder than it could have done if he were at certain other points a little further around the lap. They're going to see what the extent of the damage is, but I mean the whole body language is, I'm sorry guys, that is probably it for you. But we will see. There's still many, many hours to go. But what a shame. Dragon Racing going so well. Stuart Hall had just brought the car in from 4th overall, leading the Pro-Am class. Now it's over to the mechanics to see what they can do.
It's not the Divas. Sandra van der Sloot has gone through the next checkpoint. Hello to Geordie Firth, who's listening. Where are you in the world, Geordie?
Birmingham.
17 minutes past midnight back in the UK.
It's 61. It's 61.
I was going to say, can I offer you 61? I was going to suggest that earlier, but I wasn't sufficiently sure, but the screen confirms it.
Is it turn 14?
Sorg Rennsport car. Yep. It's a BMW M3, you had that right, but it's the A5 class car.
Running third in class at the moment with Jacques Moller at the wheel, 38th overall.
And that car will be snatched on board with the number 150 Audi. Surprised not to see more Audi R8s here. We've had a plethora of them, have we? We have had a couple of weird and wonderful ones down the years. That
this is one of them. This is the one that the guys behind for Kravantic built as
out of a road car.
Yeah, as a standalone project.
Yeah.
With what we now know is 100 Audi R8 LMS cars now sold and out there somewhere in the world.
It's remarkable, isn't it?
And 70 Mercedes SLS AMG GT3s.
Also quite remarkable. Makes you wonder how many 458s there are out there.
A gazillion, I should think. And then let's not even think about Porsches.
Porsche's a bit different because you've got all the Cup cars. And I suppose you have got the Cup Ferraris as well, but even so, 100 Audis.
But it does go to show, commercially, how successful GT3 has been.
I don't know if you heard Darren Cox talking to us earlier on when he was talking about the GT3 going into the American National Series, the Tusk Series, and asked him about the GT and GT Plus classes, and obviously involved in the working party for that. So he seems to be absolutely dialed into that concept of having two cars based pretty much extensively on the same centre section, the same chassis.
Well, I think you were party to the same conversation I was at Fuji with one of the guys from Nissan, who was saying that absolutely GTE, as it currently stands, is somewhere they would like to be in the future.
Yeah.
And why? Well, because number one, as we got the number 61 car now being recovered down pit lane, because any sensible car maker would of course like to have some kind of customer program, but they like to keep the big wins themselves, don't they? And of course the GTE style racing means you can run a factory-backed, factory-blessed program, as the other sports car manufacturers do.
Let's have a bit of Ginetta news from Bruce, and we'll come back to Graham's point in a moment.
Well, they're very they're accepting the fact they're going through the whole lexicon of things that can go wrong. So they've just ticked off a thrown belt. That's fixed. So number 28, Ginetta, should be out on the track again soon. But they've got that sort of expression of quiet resignation. But they're going to keep going. That is the aim of the game. So number 28, Ginetta, that's had a very up and down race. Fast when it's going, and unfortunately had a catalogue of problems. Being fixed, should be out on the track in 5 minutes or so.
Just going back to that GT working group, the GT and GT Plus, Graham, it's my understanding from speaking to people inside that group that there's a general consensus that that is the way to go. Whilst Darren was talking about people like Ferrari and Porsche maybe not wanting just two versions of GT cars, that's not my understanding, that there is a pretty decent groundswell for the concept of the
common chassis,
the base GT, and then a GT Plus that races at a higher level and is a bit more tweaked.
A bit more tweaked in terms of aero and electronics, but no, if you look, for instance, at one or two of the manufacturers out there at the moment, Aston Martin, for instance, is a very good example where their GT3 and GTE cars are on the same chassis. They wouldn't have to move very much at all.
Porsche, Ferrari, BMW went to a standardised chassis with the Z4.
It comes down to what you allow in terms of freedom of the engine, the electronics for the aero. That's the crunch point here. And actually, as we said earlier in the show, you know, how far down the road of development potential you want to go with a GT3 car or whatever replaces it. Car 136, by the way, has had a quick stop at turn 1, has continued. I've got a funny feeling that's the second time we've seen that number in a very short time.
Car 136 being one of the it's the Mosler, isn't it? 136 with the various problems that the Mosler has had a long way down the race order, currently lying in 64th place. And 1, 2, 3, that makes it 4th from the bottom of the ones that are still running, pretty much. So not last, but having a troubled time of it. Just noticing as we went green there, a number of the cars in the top 5 choosing to make their pit stop. Amongst them, number 21, the Corvette, Wolf Nathan, coming in the car which Nicky Pastorelli has been driving, and also the 458, numbered 458, the one that's entered by GT Corsa, and that's been in, I hear from Bruce, to have a disc change. So 458 with Marco Zayfried, and that car's still in the pits at the moment. Not quite sure if Bruce can give us further news on that car.
Well, I can. It was a little shambolic because they put it on the dollies to bring it into the garage to make the changes. Marco Seefried was so keen to get out as it was being pushed in, he threw the door open and unfortunately almost took out a mechanic who was advancing to the front of the garage. Car going backwards, mechanic coming forwards. It's all calmed down since then, and yeah, so there we go. It's chop and change, but 458, particularly with Pierre Caffer, was really impressing me through the early hours of the night, really making progress.
Well, it was Graham who marked our card on that one a little while ago, even before it came in for its pit stop. It moved up to 4th place as a result of the Corvette making a stop before it did. But the way this race is going, anything could happen. I'm not going to say anything else, but it is now the leading Ferrari, at least.
I guess what you're looking for at the moment is you're looking for cars of quality with drivers of quality. And it's, you know, you look at two things, don't you, in any kind of Pro-Am formula, and even very many of the pro cars here are effectively Pro-Am squads. You're looking for how good their pros are and how good their AMs are, and put that into the mix. And I have to say that 458 Ferrari does sort of tickle my fancy on that front. It's got a degree of quality there, which might come into play. Wolf Nathan, meanwhile, has retaken that 4th position, courtesy of that the stop that Bruce was just describing. And the Ferrari now has been stationary for, what, 3 minutes and 45 seconds. That pad change. Khaled El Khabazi, meanwhile, in the recovering Abu Dhabi Racing Black Falcon Mercedes, now back up to 15th position, and closing again on a gaggle of A6 AM cars ahead of him.
Yeah, it's interesting that Khaled has chosen to drive. I don't know who makes the decisions, but he's in the number 1 car again. He's already driven both of them, but I have to admit I'd kind of half expected him to shift over to the number 2 along with Jeroen Bleekemolen, but Hubert Haupt is doing the driving at the moment in the number 2 Black Falcon Mercedes.
And going quickly, there's a 202.3 for Hubert, 201.8 for Rob Huff, chasing hard in 3rd position, but got laps to make up there for the 38 car, the Al Lincoln Mercedes-Benz, and Martin Haginger in a 202.3, looking to stretch his advantage over the 2nd place Stadler Motorsports Porsche Christian Engelhardt. It's still, you know, we are talking about laps difference, but these are relatively short laps, and as we've seen time and time and time again in this race, it just takes one small issue and a lap has gone.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely right. I mean, if you're in the, I say lucky position, I don't mean lucky position, if you're in the unfortunate position of not being here in Dubai, but being hooked into the internet somewhere, on the race results page, in addition to giving you the gap in terms of the number of laps, it also gives you the gap in terms of minutes and seconds, provided that it's something that they can calculate, which of course if the car's in the pit, it doesn't quite work, but you do get the gap in minutes and seconds, and that kind of draws it home a little bit more. The gap, for example, at the moment between the first 2, 3 minutes and 36 seconds, the gap between 3rd and 4th, 3 minutes and 35 seconds, and both of those gaps are coming down. Wolf Nathan in the Corvette in 4th place is 4 minutes and 55 seconds behind Rob Huff, but he has a gap of 1 minute and 13 seconds, and that's less than a lap then to Hubert Haupt in the Black Falcon Mercedes number 2. And then the next car up is the number 19 car, which now leads the A6 AM car, the GDL Racing Mercedes car, currently in the hands of Ivo Breukers, and he is a minute and 18 seconds behind Hubert Haupt in the similar Mercedes. So Ivo Breukers will be enjoying this part of the race, but as I say, that resource on the internet, very, very useful indeed for looking at gaps in terms of minutes. That's information that we don't have on the screens here.
We don't, and this is what we're looking at as a more traditional timing screen that we'd normally see, and I agree with you, the online resource and the publicly available online resource is absolutely wonderful. 6 laps the Ivo Breukers Mercedes has now got in terms of advantage in the AM category. Its next competitor, way back down the road, is the number 14 car. In fact, actually, as I speak, it's not. It's the 10 car, because Oliver Webb has taken the Lamborghini up to 11th position and 2nd now in the A6 AM category. We've just gone by the 14 car.
and Marco Seyfried in the 458 is on his way, but just to keep Bruce company, we've now got the number 38 Inkle.com Mercedes coming into the pits, with Rob Huff at the wheel out of third place. And
I have Marco Seyfried for interview.
Excellent. Let's talk to Marco then.
Marco, we were just discussing just a disc change for Ferrari 458. It looked like a very good run you had.
Yeah, I have to say it was a very nice run now. I had a real fight, the leading car. I could overtake him, and I think I put then a gap in between. And I have to say it ran really well, and it's nice now. We just did our regular brake pad change, and the car is running fine so far.
Who's taken the car over from you?
Alexander Macho took over now.
Okay, but about 4 hours ago you were down in 14th, 15th place. It's been very strong progress through the night.
Yeah, because we started out with our gentleman driver, and throughout the night, me and Pierre Caffer, we took over because they haven't had so much experience throughout the night, and they said, hey, guys, you go for it in the night. That's why we climbed up a bit, and then I think when it's the dust, so when it gets bright again, they will take over.
That's where it happens in these races. Great drive. So that's Marco Seyfried, car 458, the leading Ferrari when it came into the pits.
There you go. It's that's what you can do when you've got a couple of quick pros to call upon, and that's textbook stuff, isn't it, from the GT Corsa team?
Yeah. Meanwhile, the Mercedes number 38 third place car has done whatever it had to do in the garage, changed tyres, and they are now up at the refueling zone, and just trying to work out who will be getting back into that car. It's Mark Basseng, isn't it, in fact? Because I think Bruce even told us that Mark was standing by ready to take the car over.
Okay. And meantime, way further back down the order, but quick laps coming in from some of the other class runners. Christian Dick just puts in the fastest lap of the race for the 164. That's this Speedworks Ginetta, I think, as the 126 Nissan is running slowly on track, having come back out of the garage. I think that car is still the third place SP2 car. Kuppens having not got back onto terms quite yet with the Nissan, the delayed Nissan.
Just to confirm that Mark Basseng is behind the wheel of the 38 Mercedes and has maintained third place through the pit stop.
Two men in the top 10 into the 201s just right now. First of them is the leader, and it's Martin Raginger, but in a 201.633 on his 352nd lap. The other one is the 10th position car, and that's Bill Oberlin in the recovering 76 SX Schubert, Team Schubert car, a 201.975, and Bill's next target is the GT Corsa Ferrari that we were talking about just a little while ago, and is looking to close that gap down really rather quickly. Khaled Kebasi, meanwhile, going quickly, 205s at the moment from Khaled, and much quicker than the AM cars ahead of him, but with a bit of time to make up. But once he's made up the next 30-40 seconds on those cars ahead, he's going to make pretty rapid progress in terms of positions. We've still got a number of cars, Paul, that have been in trouble through the night and now trying to mount some form of recovery. The Cribier Sport car that was well up, I think, in the top 5 or 6 in the early running of the race, and then had a long stop earlier this evening. Sebastian Cribier back at the wheel of that car, just under the 206s from Sebastian at the moment, and pushing back towards the top 30. This is a team we expect to see in ACO Rules Racing this year, Cribier Sport, and quite possibly with the Manu Collard and Francois Perraudot combo that those three racing together this year in the LMS with Pro Speed.
And in a way, that kind of following through creates more kudos to this race because it shows how valuable it is as a learning experience.
Absolutely right.
We were talking earlier on about other ways of getting cars into the top level of the of sports car racing, and this is a way where teams can learn the ropes and see how it's being done properly by professionals. So it's not as if you're playing against second division teams.
Nope.
You're playing against some top division teams, and you can really work well with those and build up the possibilities. I mean, the problem with races like this is you have a problem. There's nothing you can do about it. You just have to get on with the business of doing the race. And as long as you carry on, even if you're not in a position to feature on a podium, you're going through the learning process. There'll be things that you do which you think, tell you what, we'll never do that again. But if you just give up and park the car in the garage and say, well, we're not going to finish on the podium, there's no point, you'll never learn anything. And there's an awful lot to be learned just from carrying on. And as we heard from Bernd Schneider, just giving it your best shot the whole time.
Absolutely agree with that sentiment.
Hubert Haupt is continuing in the number 2 Black Falcon SLS AMG, and it's not going to be long before he closes on the Wolf Nathan Corvette, which
Haupt, I thought, very impressive his last stint, very impressive indeed, in fact, and doing the job that was expected of him, and I think a little bit more.
Is this the Hubert Haupt who's been around for quite a while?
Yes.
Yeah, that is very impressive.
I'm sure he's got Le Mans experience in GTs, but from I'm almost going to say the last century, but certainly early 2000s, if not the 1990s.
No, he may be right.
I think it was probably 1990s that he was racing. So there's a slow BMW.
The 76 Bill Auberlen BMW off the circuit at turn 14. He's coming round on the inside now. Is he going to jump across the track?
He looks like he is. He's pitting.
It left rear puncture, is it?
Is smoke, or is it just dust?
That's just dust. Let's have a good look at the back of that car. It's not running correctly. He's got its four-way flashes on, and that car is jigging about.
That doesn't look like a tyre, John.
No, that is worrying. So this is more work for Bruce in the pit lane.
What looked great for the number 76 car not that long ago, all of a sudden, it's fallen apart, quite literally.
Luke Davenport says, has the 28 Ginetta got back on track yet?
I can't see from this timing screen if Paul can from what he's got online. Because unfortunately they are out of the top 60.
Sorry, what was the question?
The 28 Ginetta.
Where is 28 Ginetta?
I think the issue is
67th
left. It is front left, and that has lost. The wheel is not.
Is it dangling?
I thought it could just be an optical illusion at this time of the evening.
Javier Morcillo was the driver who brought it into the pits.
It's not turning correctly, is it?
Now, this is the 76 we're talking about now, as Paul is looking back at the car.
They run for the dollies.
Yeah, this is not good. More trouble for the Schubert BMW Z4 number 76. And I think you're right, Graham. I think the
front
left is not there. Or if it's there, it's certainly
not pointing in the right direction.
Properly, yes.
No.
Yeah, it might still be on there, but it's.
Sorry, I was at the wrong end of the pit lane.
It's all right. That is
I was
tradition.
down looking at the Mosler garage.
We can see you striding purposefully down towards it right now, Bruce.
It's been all action up this end of the pit lane, mate, I tell you. Bruce is and as he gets to the 127 pit, here comes the Miltech sponsored Golf, which has been up and down like the Assyrian Empire in terms of
Not just Meltec sponsored. I noticed on the front my travel agent's on there as well.
UBS?
No, this is CBT.
Oh, CBT, that's what I meant,
it's
yes.
Cambridge Business Travel.
And I've just come across the cruelest smell in the pit lane. A bacon sandwich. And I've had to walk past. In fact, the lovely crew down at Memac Ogilvy with Dual Racing just came out and offered me one, but being professional, I had to say, no, I'm working.
If they can send some up to us, that would keep us going.
Yeah, I think that would be a very good idea. You just keep those professional standards, Bruce, and just give them the directions.
I'm sobbing as I speak.
Please do get one.
I might pop back down. They're very kind. They were the ones who gave me the ice cream last night.
Yeah.
So yeah, the 76 up on the jacks, looking underneath. But it's amazing how fast a race can, you know, for 12 hours you can go well, and then just suddenly one mistake. It's almost like a load of dominoes, isn't it?
Yep.
One little problem. Now it's going right high on the jacks so they can get everyone underneath the car rather them than me. I'll report when I find out what exactly is wrong, but it was toe link before, rear toe link.
Yeah, we think front left, I think, Bruce, was where the issue appeared to be, as the 95 car comes into pit lane and they attempt to direct it to the penalty box with a limited amount of success. I think you can reverse in there now, mate.
Well, Bill Oberlin's coming in.
Let's head back down to Bruce, who is, I think, about to drag Bill Oberlin to the front of the pit.
Yes, I am. I just had to try not to interrupt the mechanics. They're working hard. Bill, it was going so well for 76, and now what's gone wrong?
Oh, well, the stint before, Dirk got hit in the back, bent the suspension, so we had to fix that. This time, we're cruising, and the car is back to normal really fast, and I go into turn, I think 12, the U-turn at the end of long straightaway, and I passed a very slow car, and he was probably 500-600 feet back, and either he forgot to hit his brakes or I had no brakes. I was making the U-turn, and he came full speed right across my nose, full speed.
So at a guess, what have they got to mend?
I mean, right front suspension, right front body work, it's just going to move us down further. I mean, I can't even imagine why that happened to that guy. I mean, and I'm the lucky guy who gets T-boned by him when I'm making the turn.
Nor can we. Tough luck, Bill Oberlin, at being philosophical as much as you can be when matters beyond your own control contrive against you.
Well, it's the old story, isn't it? In a BMW, no one will let you pull out, but it's a really unfortunate turn of events for the last 2 or 3 hours for that car. That car looking set fair to feature in the lead battle and the battle for the overall win, guys, but it's had problem after problem and unscheduled stop after unscheduled stop, and this is already dropping it well out of the top 10, and it's going to go far further down than that, I'm afraid.
At this stage then, Graham, dangerous to do this, and I know we won't drag Mr. Truswell into this discussion, but in terms of the overall victory, the Porsche obviously has to be considered leading at the moment.
Both Porsches have to be considered.
First and second for the FACA Autotech and the Stedtler Motorsport 20 car. That 38 that I suggested might be in with a shout earlier on, 5 laps off the lead now. What about at 21? It's only 6 laps off the lead. Wolf Nathan still at the wheel.
It's been pretty stealthy, hasn't it?
And the Hubert Haupt.
Make a great story. 2006 car, wins the second major 24-hour race of its career.
Wolf Nathan at the wheel of that. None of the other drivers other than Pastorelli can get near a 2-minute time.
They will not be able to do it if it's a
straight scrap.
No, but if we get further attrition, then they're in the right place. They're in the ballpark, aren't they? It's 6 laps back at the moment. That is what, 10 minutes?
I'm going to, very unusually for me,
What, leave the commentary box during a 24-hour race?
Stick my neck out, and say we'll have one Porsche and 2 Mercedes on the podium.
Oh.
It's far too early to say so, really. But there's just been so much going on that there's still life in this. Which Porsche? Wouldn't like to say. But the 2 Mercedes still has a lot of life in it, and there are still brakes to cause problems. There's still the light of the day and the increasing temperatures. Inevitably, as the sun comes up and the temperatures go up, cars come under worse pressure. And that kind of time between 7 o'clock and 9 o'clock usually brings something untoward. And I just think that's going to affect the top little thing. There's so much going on, though, John. It's as I say, it's like a novel. You're kind of wondering what's going to turn up on the next page.
Got a bit of a battle for 10th position overall between the 14 and Ollie Webb in the Lamborghini, the number 10. 1.5 seconds between them out on the circuit at the moment.
Ollie Webb has been making some more than reasonable progress actually in the last hour or so, John.
It doesn't seem a long time ago, although I'm sure it was, when I said Ollie Webb's inside the top 20.
Well,
because he was halfway down page 2 earlier on.
But no, we had a flurry of fastest laps from that car, and as we say that, there's a fastest lap of the race so far for the car he's chasing. And that's the number 14 car, and I'll confess to having completely forgotten what the number 14 car is.
It's the Spirit of the Race 2
of course
Ferrari.
It is. It's the, this is the one with Aaron Scott and John Dillon.
That's the one.
Oh, and that battle, sorry Bruce, come to you in a moment, that battle has coaxed the 2044 out of the 14 car, which is a joker lap for the machine.
Of course it is.
Half a second. But he has pulled out to 4 seconds. Bruce, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just grabbing a timing screen for a second. Notice that Matt Griffin, down in 20th place in the recovering Ram Racing car, is one of only about 3 drivers lapping in the 2-minute and 2-second category. So the car is clearly has been prepared very well indeed. Let's be interested to see how far he can come back up the order in the Ram Racing number 30 Ferrari.
Yeah, top 15 maybe for them. There's 1 or 2 walking wounded ahead of him in a couple of 997 class cars, which he should be 8 and 10 seconds a lap quicker than.
Like a very beginner tube, he'll be well pumped up, I should think, at the moment.
I do like Matt's attitude towards motor racing. We could have lost Matt to motor racing altogether. Could have lost Matt altogether, actually.
We could.
Let's be honest, that nasty accident that happened at Goodwood, and then had the very disheartening couple of seasons. And this sounds odd to say, he was a works driver and had 2 of the worst seasons of his life.
Absolutely, he did.
The
Monaro
in British GT.
Car that should have been so good, but was so bad.
So at the head of the field then, Martin Ragginger has got the hurry up, and the 2:02.6 for the lead car. Khaled El Khabazi 2:04.2 coming back through the field in the number 1. Down in 14th position, but 10th in class. No points for this race, of course. It's a standalone. Remember that. Karting Nords, hello there. What a great way to start the new year. Sneaky listening at work, and now perfect after pub entertainment. Thank you very much. Mark Paseng, 2:03.5 last time around in 3rd place.
Ollie Webb, meanwhile, pits the Lamborghini from 11th overall and 3rd in the AM category. So that will just stretch that gap.
Yeah. From the 10th place Ferrari.
That should allow the number 66 car to take the 11th position.
Porsche Mercedes-Benz,
Corvette, Mercedes,
BMW, Aston Martin, Ferrari.
Yes,
the top 10.
Lamborghini is the top 11.
Yeah, I'll take that.
That's okay. That's still a good mix. I mean,
nice variety.
It's not domination by any particular mark.
No, absolutely right.
There's still opportunities for change. I think it's
about half an hour between first and 10th in terms of time on the track. 13 laps.
And that shows that does show the kind of pattern of race we've had, doesn't it? Which is we've had an awful lot of cars that have hit trouble. An awful lot of cars that have hit trouble.
And two who have just rejoined after long pit stops, Bruce.
Yeah, the Vision Racing Ferrari, number 18, that had the frontal damage. That has just rejoined moments before the lap 57 Honda Civic Coupe that had been leading the A2 class. That too came out after a very busy period in the garage for the mechanics of both teams. But one supporter had rear end damage, that's the Honda, and the other had front end damage. Both repaired, both back in the race. Well done, Cruz.
Where did they get their resolve from? Really, I have enough trouble sitting here trying to read a timing screen and the computers and drive the desk. I have no idea how anybody would pick the right. Is that a 10 mil or a 12 mil? I have not a clue how they would do that. What bit of the car is that? I don't care anymore.
It's 4 o'clock in the morning.
What are you asking me that for? Have we got one of these? No.
It's very nearly 5 o'clock in the morning.
You can just imagine that. Have you got one of these, Chief? No, go away.
Do you think we lack the required team spirit, John?
Yeah, I think we might.
Oh, dear me.
In fact, even at this stage, although I was going to say even at this stage, I might... Somebody said, it's your turn to drive, Heinz. Let somebody else have a go. Leave me in bed. I'm quite happy. But having said that, when I have done endurance races or 24 and 25-hour races in various ridiculous forms of transport, it's normally the me that gets left out in the middle of the night because I just troll around and never bother anybody. I remember coming in a lawnmower race, in a 25-hour lawnmower race at Wisborough Green. Everybody else had gone to sleep. I came in, filled it up myself and set it up and just carried on.
Oh, dear me.
Drove it for about 6 hours in the middle of the night when everybody else had packed up and gone to sleep.
It's a long way back to Wisborough Green when you've driven 6 hours away from it, though, isn't it?
Particularly when it had no brakes after the second hour, and I refused to retire it and just kept slinging it sideways to slow it down. And every so often, if you got it slightly wrong, you rolled it and yourself into a small ball, dusted yourself off, climbed back on, fired it up, and off you went again.
The Performance Racing Europe Aston Martin is in the pits. Still, for my money, one of the best-looking cars in the field, and I'm glad it's still running. This is the Petronas-sponsored Aston Martin.
155.
155, exactly that. Which is...
Second in class, Paul, that now.
As its class, because it's classed as an SP3, isn't it?
Yes,
it is. 155.
And it's still the Italian Ginetta, the 154 car at the moment.
Roberto Gentili
driving that car. 3:27 laps for the leader, 3:22. So, all right, 10 minutes between those two at the moment, plus this pit stop. Happy to report that Miguel Faisca is still leading SP2 for Nissan and RJN Motorsport.
And by a distance, the number 12 car, the Viper, still second. But that's in the midst of... is it in the garage? Yes, it is.
The A3T leader on 307 laps is the... What number is that, Graham?
Which one, sorry?
A3T, 89. And that is the Mermac Olvi Dual Racing, the Lebanese team, London team with all English registered drivers. It's one of the Seat Leon Super Copas. Also leading its class in A2 for number 106. Tom Christensen's brother, Jakob Christensen, driving that car. He looked at me as if I've just made that up.
Have you just made that up?
Oh.
That's the second time he's said it.
Would I? This is the AD Racing, he started that Renault Clio, did Jakob. It's an all Denmark team. Look him up. Look, you've got internet now. Look him up.
We're,
I'll bet you a bacon sandwich.
I wouldn't bet a bacon sandwich with anybody. I wouldn't bet. No. There's things you can say and there's things you can't say. You cannot bet a bacon sandwich.
Okay.
That's not allowed.
We're within 10 minutes, I reckon, of the next pit stop for race leader Martin Ragginger, and by my calculations, he will be the first of the top 3 to come into the pits. I'll just down a little bit further down the list, because I think we might have a number 2 car come in before then. We've also got the Racing Divas in the pits at the moment.
And we've got a class leader stopped on circuit as well, guys, because the 122 car, the D1 leading car.
And that is the local car, the SVDP Racing BMW 120D. Let's nip down to the pits, take the opportunity to have a word with Ollie Webb, who's just jumped out of the number 10 Lamborghini. Bruce Jones is with him.
Ollie, a great stint there in the Lamborghini, brought it in from 10th place, but you've just been having some very large gesticulations with your team there. What was that all about, those racing driver hands?
Oh, we can't tell you that. Well, basically, we were around 5th in class before. We're now, I think, 2nd in class. We're in the AM class with our car because most of our drivers are amateurs, and this is the time that we can do. So it's tough. We come here as drivers, and you have to do 205s. And at this temperature, we're pushing, and these are the times we're getting. So we're 2nd in class. We want to finish on the podium in our class for our gentlemen. And it's the strategy. The gesticulation with the hands is trying to discuss what's right for the team, and double stinting, single stinting, can the tyres last 3 stints? It's all going on. It's my first Dubai 24-hour race, and as I'm sure a few of the drivers have said, there's a lot of interesting rules which make it certainly entertaining but hard to follow.
But early in this race meeting, it all seemed to be going wrong for your car. The Lamborghini just seemed to be in trouble the whole time. It's good that it's settled down in the race.
Yeah, I think I started the race. We did well. We pitted in 1st in class, and then our amateurs went out for the next kind of 3 hours, and unfortunately a couple of spins by them put us a few laps back. So we spoke with our AMs, and we said, okay, look, can we do the night stint, because we kind of know the track, etc. So that's what we did. We decided that we will do the night stint, and we've been consistent, and we're pushing as hard as we can to get these 205s, and it's tough. I mean, the Ferrari that's the contender for us was in front of us for half of my stint, so we're just trying to follow him, and it's all attrition, but hopefully if we're there at the end, we'll be on the podium.
Seems to be going the right way. Well done. That's Ollie Webb in the only Lamborghini that got to start the race, because of course there were 2, but number 15 didn't get that far, did it?
Absolutely right, having suffered accident damage during one of the free practice sessions. Black Falcon team are doing a pit stop, but that's for the number 44 Porsche that they're servicing at the moment, and the other Black Falcon car, this is the leading car, or the leading of Black Falcon's cars, in 5th place overall, Hubert Haupt, I suspect is going to be actually the next one in, because he's going to be in within the next 3 laps, whereas I suspect Martin Ragginger is going to be in within 6 laps. So the sequence of pit stops will probably be first number 2 coming in, then number 4 coming in, and then shortly after number 4, in fact very, very shortly after number 4, we'll get number 20, the 2nd place car. So such is the way that races go at this stage. The pit stops start rapidly unwinding and going through, as number 122 I see is getting its toe away from the exit of turn 10.
Where Rabbit has tweeted at Specutainment, feel free to do that, and at Radio Le Mans. Why no Bentley? Are they only doing the Blancpain Endurance Series this year and no one-offs? It's a good question. They did the rollout of the car. It's not homologated yet, actually. They haven't finalised the spec of the car, I don't think. It hasn't been submitted for BOP yet either.
No, not yet, and that might be one of the reasons, actually. They did the Golf 12 Hours. They ran pretty well there.
Not fault-free, it should be said. They had a floor issue at the end, didn't they?
Neither should they have expected it, really, but We have 2 cars committed by the factory team for the Blancpain Endurance Series, and we have
supported team.
Factory team, and we have a single customer car confirmed for the British GT Championship. I'm aware that there are at least 2 other customer cars in build, and I believe both of those are coming to the Far East.
So probably next year. I did have a long chat with Malcolm Wilson about this race at Goodwood when the first of the real cars were rolled out. I know that they've got the display car that RML turned round in ultra quick time for them. I think that's up at the racing car show at the moment, doing its duty. But the real cars, bizarrely, actually look even more extreme than the display car. Not always the case. You normally expect those to have all the bonkers bits on and get it toned down a little bit when it goes racing, but that's not the case for Bentley. They have certainly pushed the boat out with that one. The hand veneered boat, obviously, in their case. Although that was part of the metric ton of weight that was taken out of the Bentley Continental to make it the 1,300 kilos or something like that.
Well, they found. I know they found an awful lot of the doors and the seats to start with, and then someone actually had the bright idea of taking the chauffeur out, which was
very good.
You know, saved him an awful lot of weight. Con 164 in trouble, gentlemen, and that, I'm afraid, is Christian Dick at the moment at the wheel, and that car is running 3rd in SP3. That's the Speedworks Ginetta.
Is that the same Christian Dick who raced in the Talker support packages?
Yes, it is.
For Ginetta?
Yes, it is.
And
it would be pretty convenient if it wasn't.
Well, no,
it is Christian Dick.
I am remembering. What I'm really saying there is, am I remembering that correctly?
Yes.
I seem to remember commentating on Christian, and he's the team is the same team then as well.
Yes, it is. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Yep. Is it Speedworks?
Speedworks. Yeah, absolutely. I've done British GT as well with Christian at the wheel.
Right. 3rd place in SP3. That car, the Italian Ginetta, still leading that category.
Now, what we don't know is how that stopped and where exactly that stopped, and if it's in a position whereby it can be recovered, or whether or not we're going to see purple screens any moment now.
Another hour has passed, 15 hours now elapsed, which means it's 5 a.m. in Dubai. And do you want to do a rundown of class leaders? I think I just talked my way into that, or is Graham going to do it?
I'll start you off if you like. You can do it. Well, start
Martin Ragginger leads Class A6 Pro. Your turn.
We'll go with the top 3 in class, I think, here. So the top 3 of the A6 Pro class. As John quite rightly says, and he was man enough to step up for that task there. The number 1 car, the Factec Auto Porsche. 366 laps completed, and the car leads for the number 20 car, the very similar Stadler Motorsport car. Christian Engelhardt at the wheel of that car, and 2 laps to the good at the moment. Ragginger in the lead. 3rd at the moment, and 3rd overall too, is the number 38 car, the All-Inkle car. Mark Bassing at the wheel, and he shares that car, of course, amongst teammates with Rob Huff, and that car a further 4 laps in arrears at the moment. So the 1, 2, 3 is the 4, the 20 and the 38. Second class, a little further down the order, still A6 cars, GT3 cars, but these are the cars that are classified as amateur or Pro-Am driver squads. And the main difference here is, of course, that these are bracket racing. In other words, they've got a predetermined minimum time they must keep to, and there are pretty stringent rules around what they can and can't do around that bracket. And leading that class and leading it convincingly now is another Mercedes-Benz SLS AMG GT3. It's the number 19 GDL racing car from Holland. Ivo Breukers at the wheel of that car, and running 6th overall at the moment. The long-time leader, I'm afraid we lost in the last hour, the Dragon racing car. We're yet to hear whether or not that car can or will continue, but it's plummeting down the order right now. But that ran as high as 4th during the night before Darren Norris-Jones had a rather unfortunate collision with something very solid out in the darkness on his outlap after Stewie Hall had actually put in a storming run and Rob Barth too to bring that car right up the order to 4th overall. Second in the A6 amateur standings, and 10th overall is the number 14 car. This is the second of the Spirit of Race. They, of course, have run Ferraris, and it's young Russian Melikov Ilya aboard that car at the moment, the number 14 car. And this is the car that also features Aaron Scott and John Dillon, familiar to British GT fans, amongst the driver lineup. And the third car in that order is in 12th. It's the second of the Dragon Racing cars, the 888 car, the Khaled Al-Mudaf pedalled car at the moment. That car in 12th position overall, and third in the A6 AM category. Completing the classes on the first timing and scoring page is the 997 class. It's a class for Porsche Cup cars. We can't say Porsche 997 Cup cars because one of them isn't. One of them is a 991, but not in the top three. It's not, because the first of them is the number 42 car, and it's Stefan Belinsky in that car, leading by a number of laps now. It's 3-4 laps to the good now from the number 44 car. This is the Black Falcon car we've just seen on pit lane. It's Burkhard Kaiser at the wheel of that car at the moment, and third in the 997 car. So I passed the baton shamefully to Paul Trustwell to complete the lineup. Is the number 33 car, and I think this is the all-Russian crewed car, the Alexei Veremenko pedal car at the moment. The 33 car running 19th overall.
And that is the Attempto Racing, another one of the Attempto 33.
So if we go down into the smaller classes, into the SP3 class, the leader there is car number 154, the Nova Race Ginetta. In second place in class SP3 is car number 155, the car we just spoke about, who was coming into the pits, the Perfection Racing Europe Aston Martin, the V8 Vantage, that has completed 324 laps compared to the class leaders 333, and third place in SP3 is Christian Dick, albeit that message having come up that the car having stopped on the circuit, and we wait to see whether or not it's going to be brought back to the pit garages or not. That's number 164. In Class A5, that's being led by car number 62, the JR Motorsport Dutch BMW, and that has completed 330 laps. Second in Class A5 is car number 78, the Hofer Cooper Racing BMW M3, which currently has Roland Eggeman in at the wheel of it. It's completed 314 laps, and third in A5 at the moment is car number 156, which is the second, is a Porsche Carrera Cup car, the 991 of the Black Falcon team, and that has completed 309 laps. So that's the top three positions in A5. In SP2, that's being led by the Nissan number 123 of the Nissan GT Academy team, currently with Miguel Feixa aboard. That's completed 321 laps. Second in SP2, you have to go all the way down to a car that's currently languishing in the pits, but that is car number 12, the Manor MP Motorsports car, the Dodge Viper of Bert de Huys. And that car, as I say, currently in the pits, has done 287 laps, so a long way off the lead. Third in SP2 is car number 140, which is the Boutsen Gignon Racing Renault Megane Trophy car, which has done 275 laps. That's SP2. In A3T, the 2-litre turbocharged cars, that's being led by car number 89, the Maymak Ogilvy Racing Seat Leon Super Copa, and that car leads A3T. Second in A3T is car number 90, the Racing Divas Team Schubert BMW. And then third in A3T is car number 47, the Motorsport Services Seat Leon Supercopa of the Antipodeans, Australian, New Zealand driven car, which is on 294 laps. In A2 is Jacob Christiansen, car number 106, leading that class, the AD Racing K-Riser supported car. That's on 313 laps. Second in A2 is car number 108, the APO Sport Renault Clio Cup car, which has done... lost it, 290 laps, and third in that class is the laps 57, car number 57, which is currently in the hands of Yunchi Umamoto, Japanese driver, and he has done 290 laps, and in fact he's only a minute behind, so a close battle going on there for second and third places in A2 class. And finally the D1 class is being led at the moment by a car that's in the pits at the moment. That's number 122, the SVDP Racing BMW 120D. Second in D1 is car number 125, the Racy Racing Team Belgian entered BMW 120D, has done